files.
Good morning, everyone. Today is January 10th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing to Albany and Buffalo. The meeting is being live streamed on our YouTube channel, where you can also find the recordings of past school board meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan and Commissioner De Leon. And staff in attendance in our New York City office are General Counsel Shannon Kearney-Sarfo and Juan Herrera from the Licensing Bureau, and me, Paula Taylor, from Secretary's Office via WebEx from Albany. The next meeting dates are January 31st, 2024, February 21st, 2024, and March 13th, 2024. While in the meeting room, please silence your mobile phones and take phone calls or conversations outside, and please do not touch the microphone at the podium. Items will be called in the order that they are first signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium, identify yourself, and representatives should also identify the clients that are with them. Chair, do you have any announcements?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Paula.
Yes.
Happy New Year, everybody. I am delighted to let you know that the backlog committee to clear filed applications is underway. We have had 10 at least risk assessment meetings among our executive team to work out the details with input from all our licensing leadership. So it's been a very time-consuming but rewarding process. We have started work. Applications are being reviewed under the new process that should streamline what we're doing as we go. And so here's some information that I want to share with you. This information will be on our website as well. There is a new email box. I know new email box sounds crazy again. There's another avenue, but for the backlog committee, the new email address is backlogcommittee@sla.ny.gov. is backlogcommittee@sla.ny.gov. The way this is going to work is that if your application is being considered under the program, you will not get a notification. However, if we need additional information, which used to be called deficiency, but we're trying to change that at your suggestion, we will send you an email that will ask for the additional information, and applicants and representatives will both receive this email communication, and you have the same amount of time to get back to us. And we encourage you to keep track of this and actually get back to us at the new email box with this information so that we can continue to move your application through our backlog committee. I hate to say this, but try not to send us emails about whether your application is being considered by the backlog committee, because that would just slow us down. We don't have that information. We're literally going into drawer, pulling applications and trying to get through it. So to ask us whether it's in the program or not, it's not productive for you or I, because there's no real, we have a lot of tracking for our internal purposes, but it's not for public consumption. We're just trying to get through the application. So try not to create a lot more unnecessary communication. I think the people who deal with us a lot understand what that is. If you are approved, you will be notified, and the license you get is going to be the same license you get as if you went through the full refill. So it's the same license. You don't need to ask us if this is going to get rescinded or whatever, unless we ultimately find out that you had lied in your application. There will be a disciplinary process for that, but this is a real license that you're getting. It's not some kind of conditional thing. So we're trying to get through this. So we seek your support. And we really ask for your patience, and please don't ask us if your application is in the program. Because every day that is changing, every day we have 15 staff people that are now on this in 2 offices, and eventually it will spread to our 3rd office. So we're really trying to move this along. So please. And on that note, I also, in this new year, want to chat about how our licensing staff is being treated by the public representatives. I understand that it's been extremely frustrating to deal with our backlog. I get that, but this process should not be adversarial. This is not enforcement. This is not council's office. Please do not treat our staff with attacks. I don't need sarcasm. I don't need commentary on the state of the agency when you're inquiring about license applications. The emails that I see, which is, I know that our staff is seeing it on a daily basis, it's emotional abuse. I mean, I have staff that are in tears. I have staff that have passed away without retiring because they felt so committed to the industry and the need for this work to get done. I don't really need that. I'm being very serious. Please be professional. Please do your work better. Please front load. You know we have a backlog. So if you file something late and then you badger us in multiple different ways and act like it's our fault, it's not our fault if you file renewal late. We will try our best. We are getting there. You know, just, you don't need to answer shop. If something doesn't belong in secretary's office, please don't go send an email to secretary's office also, because it just creates volume that we do not have the staff to handle. There may be 200 representatives that work here. We deal with 70,000 licensees. We have 100 people. I have 40 people in licensing. You're dealing with the same people. So just please stop attacking my staff and please treat them nicely. They really do deserve it. These are civil service staff members that are doing their best to serve you. You know, the saying is like, don't shit where you eat. Seriously. We're here to serve you and you're here to serve your clients. If you're not happy, maybe you should pick something else to do. There's no need for commentary about the state of our agency. We are all doing the best we can. The staff is under so much pressure that they are literally in tears. And so in this new year, I really hope that we are trying to take a new look in the way we serve you. And I hope that you also look at us differently. Try to meet your deadlines. Really, you know, if everybody wants a workaround against our rules, it creates traffic that we can't handle. You know, I do understand there's context, there's stories, there are situations where you need special treatment, but let those be special and not the usual, okay? So I'm really asking you, please, please, please. And with that, we can go to Buffalo.
Okay, first item in Buffalo is number 30, Darrell E. Brewer.
Good morning. I'm Bob Heil with my associate Nicole Keeler Consultants for Darrell Brewer, here to answer any questions that you might have about this application.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
All right, this package store is 12.8 miles away from the next closest one. I find public convenience and advantage. I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
The town election has approved the sale of alcohol. There are letters of support. All of the gross sales figures indicate growth. So I will also approve the application.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Item 2 is number 31, BLACKROCK Wine and Spirits Incorporated.
Good morning. My name is Justin Giuliano. To my right is Sagai Messvin. He is the actual manager of the store. Michael Gebre, who is the licensee, is currently in Africa, which is his home country. He is tending to a family matter and regrets the fact that he is unable to make it today, but has full confidence in myself and Mr. Mesfin in being able to resolve this situation. And we're here to answer any questions that the state may have pertaining to this matter.
Are you still okay with your CNC of 6,500?
We are, yes.
Okay, I'll accept. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will also accept 6,500.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming in.
Next item is number 42, AMELCORE Post 402 Incorporated.
42.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm an attorney with the Tarantino Law Firm. I'm joined here by Kevin Mark, who is the commander of the Legion, which is the licensee. We're here as my client has offered a $7,500 conditional no contest plea to the charges in case number 159610. And we're here to answer any questions, but if I could just give very, very brief background on the organization.
So can I just clarify, Mr. Mark, are you the ABC officer as well, or are you just the leader of the organization? I don't mean just, I just mean he's not the ABC officer.
No, I apologize. I got a call last night, and asking that the ABC officer be there. I called Kevin, and he was able to come, and he drove in an hour and 45 minutes to be here. But we were not able to get the ABC officer for this morning.
Okay.
So the Legion,
Is he authorized by the ABC officer to talk about this? Because that's who the subject is. I don't have a problem as long as what he's saying commits the organization.
Yes, I'm the commander of Post 402.
But the question is, has Melissa given you the authority to speak today? Okay, yes. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
So the Legion has been around. It was chartered in 1919. The building in which the premises is located was built in 1922. It's a veterans organization and has been that way for over 100 years. The subject charges really boil down to an incident we had with a bartender who was somewhat operating rogue. And I don't mean that in some sort of way to deflect. My clients understand that they are fully responsible for what happens at the premises. But that bartender, who's the subject of these charges, has been terminated. And without any prompting from me, my client has scheduled tips training this Sunday, as well as sexual harassment training. They're going to have an in-service with a number of other legions in the region to come to their location to learn and discuss best practices. In their century plus of operation, my understanding is they've had maybe one issue with the Liquor Authority before, and that was for a basket raffle that they did. So despite this, they've had a nearly unblemished history. And so for those reasons, we just ask that the $7,500 penalty be accepted. They very well understand the problems that occurred, and they will not be repeated.
All right, look, I do understand that $7,500 is probably a lot of money for, an organization such as this one. But I think you guys know that this location cannot be open to the public, and we have repeated evidence that it's basically just a bar for people to walk off the street, and that's not the purpose of this type of license. If you want to run a bar, you can apply for a different kind of license. I have multiple sale to non-member here. I have a sale to minor under 18. I have a second gambling charge. But for that, this organization had been in existence for more than 100 years, longer than this agency. I would be canceling this and asking you to apply to be open to the public. But because you showed up, I don't want to do that. but I'm gonna ask you that you really need to talk to your ABC officer and you need to be closed. You know, members can bring guests, but that's not the same of being open to the public. The ATAP training hopefully will help. The gambling needs to stop. You know, there are games you can play, but it's quite different when it's a game of chance. So that's all I'm gonna say. I really appreciate you driving in this weather to show up today, so I respect you for that. And I will accept 7,500.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I'm concerned about the repeated violations that have been cited by the chair. Again, sales to non-members and gambling on the premises, and this is past adverse history. There's a statement by the bartender allegedly that the place is open to the public. There's a Facebook ad talking about a buy-in for $20. There's a gentleman intoxicated at the bar sleeping. I would agree that a cancellation and bond would be appropriate here. But because of the repeated acts, and this is a licensee now for 34 years, I would expect that the licensee would know better. I will concur with the chair, and I hope that there'll be a change in functioning. 7,500.
Thank you. And there absolutely will, and there has been, but thank you very much. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please have a good day.
Christina, are there any other items in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Okay. Can you leave the feed up for a little bit?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to turn to Albany now. Number 47A, TOKABOCCA Company, LLC. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, can
Paula, do you want to call 47A and 47B at the same time? It's the same applicant, I believe.
We can if you wish.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, just call it again, Paula, so that the record is clear.
So we're calling 47A, TOKABOCCA Company, LLC, and 47B, Sweet Hospitality Co., LLC.
Okay, I'm Lisa Husted from Taxmaster in Utica, helping out Joseph Sweet here with both companies. Here to answer any questions you have.
I mean, I frankly don't have any questions. I think the law, it's clear that if you sell liquor or intend to sell liquor, you cannot sell cannabis.
They
It's just
fully understand that.
that's
It
in
wasn't-
the law. So,
If I may explain some of this, they applied for their license on December 5th, before that law went into effect, and it was unintended to initially sell their hemp products in the restaurant. The building that they were in with the hemp store.
I'm sorry,
was sold
before
out
what
from
law
underneath
was,
them.
I'm sorry, say that again? The timing was when? You filed it when?
It was for this particular license, it's a new one. The old license that was taken from them was they applied in early December, and then the law went into effect in late December.
Is this December of 22 you're talking about? Because that's not the filing dates I have on my, December of what?
20 this year.
22 was.
22 was the first one.
The newest license.
The new one is this year, 23. And there is no cannabis in the store. Everything has been put into another location. They have a separate business, Utica Hemp, where they have a location in New Hartford.
New Hartford, yes. So nothing.
Not even the same county anymore. Utica Hemp is another business of theirs that is not related to either Sweet Hospitality or TOKABOCCA. The only reason they had a small unit in the restaurant previously was because their building got sold and they were looking for a new Herkimer County location. They decided to not even do it in Herkimer County. They just got the one store in New Hartford now. and that's been operating safely with no problems for more than 6 years.
I mean, this license was just disapproved in July of 2023 for character and fitness issues. We have undisclosed interest, operating an additional business at the location, which you just discussed. Someone named Bailey, who may be a part owner here, with some
I have
kind of an
answers on that too.
Hold on. Okay, then why don't you start with answering those?
Okay, as far as Amanda Bailey goes, she was an employee initially at the Herkimer location for the cannabis store, the hemp store, excuse me. She was friends with the folks, the Sweets here. She intended to become a partner in the restaurant. She did not do that. She caused a lot of problems and did never give any contribution. The Sweets opened this restaurant on their own with no contributions from anyone other than from their other businesses. And that's been fully disclosed in the newer application, which at first Amanda intended to give $6,000. It never happened. There's been no transactions. She's no longer an employee, and she is out of favor with the family, as a matter of fact. I can also state that the TOKABOCCA restaurant was doing approximately, because at that time they had a temporary beer and wine only, which was generating $4,000 to $6,000 in sales a week. The restaurant now is hurting without this license. The community is looking for it to reopen with that license, and the mayor has even sent in a letter requesting that they, supporting their application.
I don't have a letter from the mayor.
Neither do I.
We sent it in. We did send it in to the State Liquor Authority last week, on time.
All right, I will hold this matter over, both of these, to 131 until we get the letter. But I will tell you that you left me with no choice. The law says what the law says. I have to enforce the law. There's no leeway here.
We fully understand that. That's why it's been removed from the location, and there's no intention to ever bring it back.
I know, but it doesn't work like that. I think you know that. All right, 131.
What does that mean?
That you come back on 131.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I would have been out of it.
Okay, next item is number 24, Wilton Wine LLC.
Jonathan? Hey, Jonathan?
We should have our bios. No.
Hello, good morning. I believe there is.
We don't have everyone.
Okay.
Okay,
This is 24?
yes, item 24. And I believe we have opposition as well?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I believe that is correct.
Do you want us to appear at the same time?
No.
Or did you want the applicant to go first?
Mr. Simpson, if you could go ahead and introduce your client, and then we'll have opposition come up and speak. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Good morning, Chair Fan, Commissioner De Leon, senior staff members. My name is Maston Stansom. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Wilton Wine LLC. With me here is Keith Ferraro, as well as Michael Park. They are the owners of the establishment and the applicants. We are here, before you is an application for a liquor store license. And I will let the opposition speak. Would you like me to provide further details about of why we believe approval of this application would serve public convenience and advantage? Would you like me to do that now or after the opposition?
Well, you know what? You're here, you can answer a couple of questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to do so.
Okay. The gross sales here are significantly down. One store, which is 0.7 miles away, the figures that I have, almost $2 million. And another store, which is 1.3 miles away, about a $500,000 deficit. And that's going from 2019, leaving out the COVID years, and then making an estimate for 2023.
Yeah.
So the figures don't seem to support this application. I'd like to hear you on it.
Yeah, sure. So two of the stores, as I think you've seen, two of the stores actually do have substantial growth. In our supplemental materials, we added 10% for the latter half of the year, the last year, 2023. 2023, because the numbers ended in May. And that's to account for the increased sales during the holidays. The two stores that have declining sales. Important things to note about that is that the point here is public convenience and advantage, as you know. And one of the stores actually has very limited hours. As a matter of fact, 3 days a week, they close at 6 p.m. And then 7 p.m. other days of the week, and even just 4 p.m. on Sunday. I for one would miss out on a lot of the opportunities to pick up what I need, given those limited hours. The applicant would have much more extended hours. In addition, those that are declining, none of them have delivery or curbside pickup or anything like that. And again, those are things that are key to public convenience and advantage. And this applicant here would provide all of that. In addition, the applicant has about 7,000 square feet of retail space and is completely dedicated to an entire section of New York State labeled products, and provide a lot of variety, as well as educational section and tastings and things like that. All of these really focus on public convenience and advantage. The store is going to be laid out in an impeccable way with very wide aisles, not cramming everything in. There are 471 parking spots there. And importantly, too, very importantly, is the increase in population in the area, which has been substantial in the immediate areas, 15% 1 mile radius in the past 10 years, 21% 2 mile radius, and 5% roughly expected over the next year. But also, there has been very substantial development in the area. And by that, there are approximately 335 new homes that were approved by the town board, currently under construction. If you go to the area, you see that homes are just, whole neighborhoods are being developed. 390 new housing units, senior housing units, 296 apartments, and 86 townhouses, all recently approved by the planning board in the past few years. And again, the location of this store, the other stores have built-in clientele, which I submit to you is why they have sort of gotten a little lax with their public convenience and advantage over the years. One of them is right next to a Stewart's, which actually is open till at least 11 o'clock. You would think they wouldn't have those reduced hours at 6 o'clock on 3 days a week. There's another store that is right next to a Market 32, a Hannaford, and a BJ's. So I do say that complacency and of some of the other stores has not served public convenience and advantage. And this store would seek to do so in a different area that is also surrounded by, there's a Walmart and Aldi's. There's approximately, I say approximately because we counted, but roughly 164 businesses, retail establishments in the area. It's a hub. It's where people will come to, and this would provide.
So
the
can you
variety-
can you describe the space, because you're seeking a store that's almost 10,000 square feet, and it essentially, it's larger than all the probably 5 or 6 closest store add together. I do
Yeah,
realize
absolutely.
that there's an argument for shopping experience, but that's just beyond what really the market can support.
Absolutely, love to respond to that, and I'm going to turn it over to Keith Ferraro here, who's one of the owners, to explain a little bit about how the store is going to be designed and why that space is important to public convenience and advantage.
Yes. Hello, Chair Fan and Commissioner De Leon. In that respect, I come from an entertainment business at this point in time, and we're looking to create an experience for the customer. Whenever I've been into a liquor store, I have a very difficult time finding things. When we come into the front doors, obviously, there's a wide space that's wide open, so you can find the TVs we're going to locate at the ends of the aisles, which are going to let you know what's in those aisles. The aisles are almost 8 feet wide. And as you go down the aisles, each section is going to be labeled so that you're going to know what's in each section. The shelving will be illuminated to make it easier to find the products and appreciate the labeling and everything that goes on there. But obviously the space is very spread out to create a nice customer environment. We've got a separate checkout area that doesn't back up into the retail shelving. We've got the education area in the back where we're going to do tastings and have weekly educational events as well. Obviously we could cram it into a smaller space and still have the same amount of everything, but at the same point in time, we were trying to achieve this customer experience by having it be this large. That would be an additional risk for ourselves because we still have to pay the retail footage on that space, but it's just the concept that we had envisioned for the consumer, because we're trying to attract other people to this destination to purchase wine and liquor products, because this is a very heavily utilized shopping corridor with 164 businesses in that 1 mile of Route 50 there off exit 15. So it deserves an establishment such as this, because right now the local population would have to go drive 6 exits down the Northway to exit 9 to find a store of similar benefit or to have the same selection.
Who is the
To
landlord?
elaborate,
Who's the landlord here? There's an investment by the landlord or money that was gotten.
It's the Shops of
landlord?
Wilton. The Shops of Wilton.
Okay. Any connection to the applicants here?
None whatsoever. They live in California and Texas, I believe.
Is there a loan document regarding the money that they're investing?
I don't.
It's a $10 per square foot fit up. It's not a loan.
Yeah, the landlord has no interest whatsoever, no loan documents, no contributions. They simply a landlord. The owners are before you here at 51% by Mr. Ferraro and 49% by Mr. Park. And then
There's no $94,000 that were received from the landlord to get this business going?
No, we don't get that monies back until 45 days after we're open for business. That's just
yeah, that and Commissioner De Leon, I see what you're referring to, and that is an error. That should have reflected a bank account and not that. That is incorrect as far as the source of funds.
So it's just what, deferred rent?
So the landlord funds, and maybe you could explain a little bit. We have 94.5 in renovations. Are those renovations being made by you, or are those renovations that are being provided by the landlord to bring you into the space?
We are making the renovations and paying for the renovations, and then the landlord is reimbursing essentially some of the fit up and improvements to his building. Like I said, 45 days after we're available to be open to the public.
Okay, so similar to other landlords, I think this happens somewhat frequently, where a prospective tenant will come in, will improve the space, the structure of the space, which is obviously very beneficial to the landlord.
I understand. So the deal is what? Is that you plan to give them 94.5, 45 days after you open, the whole amount in one transfer? Is that what you're planning to do?
No, they're gonna pay us back that amount of money.
Oh, they're paying you back?
Yes,
for
we have to
the
put that
upgrades.
money in.
Okay, so what are you spending on upgrading the space?
There is total anticipated investment is 1.344 500.
Have you started the work?
No.
Okay.
Is the opposition there?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing us this morning. My name is Julie Francis with the Law Office of Julie M. Francis, PC. I'm here representing A1 Incorporated. DBA is the Grapevine. The Grapevine is a small wine and liquor store that's been operating for 24 years now.
How close is that to here?
Within 3 miles, actually. It's actually at one point.
Yeah, we were the closest store, I believe, next to Divine Wine, which is attached to the grocery store.
It's about approximately a mile. And on that note, if I may say, I was speaking to a colleague.
The size of your store is 3,500 square foot? Does that sound right? Okay,
Yep,
got it.
that's it.
Thank you. All right.
Sorry, thank you. I was speaking to a colleague when I got here this morning and explaining why I was here. And I said I was here in opposition to an application. And he said, wow, that's different. I said, yeah, it's opposition because my client owns a wine and liquor store in the town of Wilton, New York. And there are actually 8 wine and liquor stores within 3 miles in a fairly rural area. And his mouth dropped, his jaw dropped to the ground. He said, what? And I said, yeah. And so this is why we're here today, hoping that the SLA will hear our arguments in opposition to this application. And I'm not going to bring up any new points other than everything in the February 21st, 23 letter submitted by my office in support of Grapevine. I listed several 7 in particular, other small wine and liquor stores within that 3-mile radius. And as was noted earlier this morning, obviously, as stated in my letter, COVID had a really strong impact and some negative impact on these small businesses. I would like to, if I may, respond directly to some of the statements made by the applicant just now, specifically relative to that he's arguing there will be public advantage and convenience gained, and that is simply untrue. As stated in my letter from February of 23, and also just I believe it's obvious that there is no public advantage to be gained by putting in basically a football-sized or larger establishment that will be servicing the same community that these smaller licensees have been servicing. And to that point, because as we mentioned earlier this morning, the numbers have been down significantly lower for these smaller establishments. And I think that with the application that's currently pending for Wilton Wine and Liquor, they'll simply wipe out all of their competition, simply wipe it out. And to that point, I would say that I've heard this morning that there's not New York State wines available, which is also completely untrue. That there is simply not, there's not educational sections. I can tell you, my client, he really focuses on educating his customers about the wines that he offers. I don't know if you want to speak to that briefly.
Sure, absolutely. My wife and I have both taken many wine classes to beef up our knowledge. And the whole point of the grapevine is anybody that comes into the grapevine, we educate them. We pick the right wine for them or the right liquor for them, not what's on sale, but what they need.
And really to echo that remark, I can say, and by the way, I did clear this with my client for me to be allowed to say this, that I am a resident of Saratoga Springs and the town of Wilton, and I am very familiar with all of the wine and liquor establishments, specifically those listed in that letter from opposition letter. And I completely disagree with the statement made earlier that there's nobody there. That's not true. You walk into one of these smaller establishments, somebody walks up to you and says, well, how can I help you? What are you looking for? If it's a wine, sure, we'll talk about the different types. Okay, you have to go to that section. Well, that's a better country for that wine. And there's a ton of knowledge that's offered from these smaller establishments. And so I would just say that was completely not true. Also, parking is not a problem with any of the establishments that I listed on my February 21st, 2023 letter. Every single one of them, there's parking lots there. It's never a problem for parking. I would also like to say that the allegations made earlier by the applicant that there's no delivery or curbside pickup services available, also completely not true. And that I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought there was a question. That's just not true. And again, that's not only with my client, but with other establishments listed in my letter. I'm not speaking for them. I'm just saying as a person, I can individually say that that's not true. Relative to this 2% growth projected, it's not proven. That's not, I disagree with that. That's not true. And by the way, I do understand that there are some housing developments going in. Actually, my husband is involved in knowing about the construction in the area, and I can say I have heard that, but I would say that that's not enough to barely bring the current licensees back to where they were. So I think that those additional people that are coming in and potential, and it's just nothing's been approved. There's been something's coming in, which is great for the community. And I think that those additional people that are coming in will be able to find and utilize the services that are already in place by the current licensees. And again, I'm not representing any of the other licensees. I'm just saying they're similar in nature to my client's position as a smaller licensee. And I can say I know for a fact that my client has had an impeccable license history, and that I'm not sure about everyone else, but I can say that he does. And I think that approving this license of a Wilton Wine and Liquor is going to force the existing businesses to close their doors. And it's also going to deeply impact, as I mentioned in my letter, the local labor market, leasing spaces. And speaking of leasing spaces, the landlord of the area in Wilton, Pier 1 closed. We all know this because they're trying to move into that space for Pier 1. Bed Bath & Beyond in that same strip mall, they closed. It's not like business is booming in that area right now. It's just not happening. And I think that, again, to repeat myself, I think that any new construction in that area is not large scale. And I think that those people coming in will enjoy the benefits of the services already provided by the current licensees.
Thank you. Does the applicant want to make a short rebuttal at all?
Yes, sir, if I may.
Could I say something before that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was just would like to kind of not quite reiterate, but also mention that the retail world has changed dramatically. I've been in business, for almost 24 years, and in that course, I've never actually been to one of these meetings to oppose any of the stores that have come in since I opened. A store like this, a store this size, this proximity to me would be devastating, not only to me, but to Divine Wine, to Jones and 50, to potentially East Side. A lot of those people would have been here today, but staffing issues, post-COVID have caused a very big change in the business. And as Julie mentioned, a lot of stores in that area have gone out of business. Some are barely hanging on. I mean, we have a Best Buy over in that same plaza that's, I would say, is barely hanging on. The Wilton Mall is dying. It's a ghost town over there. They've closed some of the big block stores there. Sears is closed. Bon-Ton closed. If you were to walk into the mall, you might be one of like 10 people in that whole mall. It's
all
just,
the big stores in the mall.
it's just not a booming retail area right now. And I know that some of my other competition in that area can't stay open late because there just isn't the business late at night like there used to be.
Thank you. I wanted to just touch on that quickly, if I may. That is also untrue about the business hours. There are plenty of establishments in that specific area that are open until I think there were some numbers thrown out, like they're closed at early on. They're just not. I think that if you would allow for, I could get those exact times, the closing times for every store and provide that additional information. I didn't know that would be an issue, but I would be happy to provide
Sir,
that.
what hours do you keep?
I'm open 10 to 7, Monday through Wednesday. And then I'm open 10 to 8 on Thursday and Friday. And then 10 to 7 on Saturday. And I'm now doing 11 to 5 on Sunday.
Okay.
Now I have stayed open, and it's a ghost town after 8 o'clock usually.
Yeah,
Even
that's
on
pretty
even on
standard. I
Saturday.
mean,
I go to the Wilton Mall, and some of the stores are closed at 6.
But if you do, to that point, if you do go, and I have done this, maybe it's possible, that if you go across the street to, what is the one in the store? Across on the right?
Jones and 50?
Jones and 50. I have gone to Jones and 50, and I know for a fact that they're open. I think it was 8 o'clock when I went there, and they were open, and I ran in and got a bottle of wine, and that was, I don't know, maybe 4 months ago. So I can speak to that personally.
Thank you.
Yes. One last thing, and then I won't say anything else. I think in general, I don't think it's any secret that the population of New York State is going down. I think most people have family, friends, associates that have left the state for one reason or another, and I believe that the New York State right now holds the title of residents leaving the state faster than any other state in the country. Again, I would.
do you have any numbers specific to your county or your town?
I don't, but I'd be happy to get those for you if you would allow me the time to get those, and I can bring those to
Come in with it, ma'am.
Okay, yep.
Now, we allow the applicant a short rebuttal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So, thank you again. I just like talk a few points in response to their argument. Wilton is not a rural area anymore. Wilton is just north of Saratoga Springs. And as a matter of fact, it's a huge development area. I've lived in the area, lived in Clifton Park, just south of Saratoga, all of my life. And the creep up the Northway, it has been going ever since, I've lived there, and Wilton is the next spot. And that's why there are so many of these large, from Walmart to Hannaford, BJ's, all these, just many, various big stores. And that's why there are all these homes. I mean, we're talking, 300 to 400 homes, senior apartments, new apartments.
Yeah, I think you've been here long enough to know that we don't consider buildings that are to be built and not currently being used by residents. So I don't think that's helpful.
There are Yeah, okay, that's fair. There are certainly a number of homes that have been built and ones that are currently in process. With respect to COVID, I'm a little surprised that the competition's sales went down during COVID. A lot of, in my experience, COVID went up. All I can say is maybe they, again.
I know, but that proves something to you about that population and the needs there. I mean, that's what we're looking at. We're not looking at protecting the other businesses. We're looking at whether there's demand for more alcohol, and the numbers are clearly showing no. So to propose a 10,000 square foot store, it's
Well, respectfully, my
somewhat
argument is that
unreasonable.
with this specific store, Grapevine, again, the reduced hours, I get it. People are going to the other stores because this particular one, and I'll just speak to this one, doesn't provide quite the convenience that the others do, and that's why the others grew, but not this store. So particularly during COVID, so the others grew, and as a matter of fact, one of the opposition letters is from Purdy's, which is in downtown Saratoga on Congress Street. And the reason why they submitted an opposition letter was because a lot of people go there, even though they are willing to drive into the city for the public convenience and advantage that Purdy's provides, because they have they have longer hours, better, well, I don't want to say better services because I don't know for sure, but they have more convenience and advantage. So people are willing to go into the city, and that's why Purdy's is actually concerned. Otherwise, they wouldn't be concerned. And the fact that there are 8 and 3 miles, that goes to show this is a very large retail hub, as evidenced by a lot of those stores, those big stores. As far as the big stores that are actually going out of business, that is something well beyond control of the population. There was a Pier 1 in the heart of Clifton Park. Clifton Park is growing like gangbusters, and Pier 1 couldn't survive there because that is a larger corporate issue. Same with Bed Bath & Beyond and some of those other large stores. I'll try to wrap it up here. Go ahead if you'd like.
Chair, just a quick comment, like the closest store to us, Divine Wines, didn't even submit a letter of protest, and we were able to garner some of their income numbers, which we've included in our application with you, showing that their sales have increased significantly during this time frame. And there was another, two of the fourth closest store, Saratoga Cheer, also had increasing sales in that same demographic area. Now that store has been relocated to a 15-minute drive away from where we are now. So there's two of the stores have had significant increases in income. So there is need for the products that the consumers are looking for. Stores are providing those products.
And the store that did leave was not obviously due to a lack of increasing sales. It was because the landlord did not renew the lease. So there is a store that actually is leaving. The second store, closest store, didn't even file a protest, and they have increasing sales.
I think that the issues have been fully heard from both sides, and if the chair is ready, I'm ready to vote also.
May I make one quick point, sir?
May, ma'am.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I just wanted to point out that the big box stores, BJ's and Walmart, have been there, I don't know how many decades, but they certainly predated my client. He's been there for 24 years. So they're completely irrelevant to, in my opinion, to the pending application. And also the Divine Wine, that's actually, they're attached to Healthy Living. And so they are a different store and in and of itself with, but they still, yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for all your input. While I do want to celebrate the intent to invest in our industry, I never want to say no to that. However, in the record, it's clear and based on our prior meeting, that there is a store in Saratoga Springs, the fourth closest store, that actually had to move somewhere else because of lack of business, and that argument was made thoroughly at our last board meeting. These numbers are all reflecting serious slowdown. I just can't find public convenience advantage. I'm gonna vote to deny.
I would concur with the chair's findings. There's a significant loss. I said 2 million. It's actually $1 million deficit for the closest store, 1.7 miles, and that's Grapevine. The next one closest at 1.3 miles is down 500,000. The increase cited to Saratoga is only 50,000. I just do not see that these numbers, I mean, they are huge numbers, justify or indicate that there's an increasing need. So I'm also going to vote to deny the application.
Thank you, members. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, the next item signed in is number 11, Pit Stop 9 Beverage Corporation. And also, members, there is item number 12 for the same licensee, which was a default.
All right.
Come in. Good morning. My name is Robert Linville. I represent Pit Stop Beverage Corporation. The licensee is here to my left, Jazzy Pabla, and the young man who was involved in the matter in May, Harpreet Diadala, is on my right. So we're here to explain to you the...
All right, let me ask you a few questions first. Sure. On item 12, you have a registered default. Do you want this matter to go back to council's office so you can handle it and submit a CNC and withdraw the default? Because you don't want a default on your record if you're here with the licensee.
Madam, I've discussed with my client the alleged default, and we're unaware of any other case.
No, there's item 11, which is a sale to minor in May. There's a second item which involved untaxed cigarettes. Are you not aware of that item?
Cigarette license, they already suspended.
The cigarette
That was
license.
in October. Did you
I
not
believe the
get communication about that?
I believe the cigarette license matter was completed, and that he had a suspension as a result of that. But that's the only other matter I know.
That's separate. So he got suspended for his cigarette license, but there are existing ABC charges that I would suggest I send this back to council's office and you handle the matter. And to the extent that you have them there, I would advise you actually submit a CNC, come up with the best number you can and submit it. Because if I do this today, it's costly. Okay? Because there's a default and it's a second sale to minor with additional history. So it's adding up, and I don't want you to have to do that. So I would suggest you take the time and figure this out.
I think that's a good idea, madam, and we will do that.
All right, I'm going to send this back to council's office. All right, thank you. I'm sorry you came here all this way, but I think that's the best way for your client.
Thank you.
Yep.
We should.
Thank you.
I don't want to come in here again before you with a default in the picture, no.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't want that, yes. But thank
Thanks
you for
very
coming.
much.
Yes,
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
thank you. Yes.
So Chair and Commissioner, they're both going back to council's office
Yes, please, and then
for CNC.
we'll try to get it.
Yes,
Matter.
concur.
All right. Okay, Annie, that's all I have signed in. Is there anyone else there in Albany?
No one else is here.
Thank you. If you could leave the stream up for about 15 minutes, that would be great.
Alrighty.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and head to New York City. We are expecting an interpreter to arrive, and as soon as the person arrives, we will proceed with 4 matters for the interpreter. The first item we're going to call is number 1, J.A. ROGAR Incorporated.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. Robert Romano here for J.A. ROGAR Incorporated. Speaking with the counsel's office and my client, I believe it's in everyone's best interest that we adjourn the matter or reschedule the matter.
I'm gonna send this back to counsel's office. There is another very serious case
Right.
pending. So we can deal with that when that comes through.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner. All right, what else?
I'm waiting for the note.
You don't have anything else?
I have one more.
Oh, Paula?
Okay, so that's returned to counsel's office. The next one is number 21, Latin Grooves Bar and Lounge LLC.
Robert Romano for Latin Grooves Bar and Lounge LLC. I have a conditional no contest plea in the amount of $2,500 given.
What was that? I didn't.
21.
21. I would ask that you even consider a lesser amount, but these clients stayed open late. They admit to that. They were under the mistaken impression that they were allowed to because they got community board approval, which I've submitted to you, a June 5th, 2023 letter from the community board extending their hours. They assume that's all they had to do. They now know better that they do have to apply for a change.
Okay, so I just want to point out that the community board says midnight Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m. Saturday, Sunday. It's not the hours that they're, even if they thought that they were allowed to be open, that's not even what they're advertising to the public. So
I have 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the letter. Here's a letter from the community board giving it to 2 a.m. and 3
I
a.m.
don't know. In my notes,
I'll
it
hand.
says midnight and 1 a.m.
That was their original.
That was the original hours? Let me see.
That was, and I had submitted that to your office.
Were you representing these people at the community board, Mr.
No, I
Romano?
was not. I would have
said that really fast.
I'm gonna look at it. Yeah. That was a difficult copy to read.
And in getting to know them a little bit over the last several weeks and couple of months,
That's what it said.
they were very upset when they realized that they had more to do.
I guess she didn't see that letter. So where is this letter in our records?
It was submitted with the conditional no contest plea in the email.
Yeah, but from the licensing aspect, it was never submitted
No,
because you haven't filed the alteration,
They
right?
have to file a method of operation change. And they had no idea. They thought they're new to the business. One is a lab technician, I believe, and one.
You submitted this, but this wasn't with the application.
That was not submitted with the application. That will be
Okay,
submitted.
I
with the
understand what you're saying about them not knowing, but to the extent that they've had a license since March and it's not that long ago, they should know. The fact that they went and changed their hours, they need to let the authority know.
Right.
So.
Okay.
I'm gonna take the 2,500.
Okay.
And you're gonna file change of method of operation,
I
okay?
am. I hope if they.
And
retain me to
likely,
do so.
it will come here.
Yes. Okay.
I concur with 2,500.
Thank you, everyone.
Can you keep this?
Next item is number 19 and 20, LUDWIKA, MICKEVICIUS, DBA Blanches Tavern.
Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacey L. Weiss. I have to apologize, my client is stuck in Florida because of the weather. Her flights continually got canceled. She did intend to be here today.
I'd like to be stuck in Florida too.
Yeah, me too. Do you think, I've been told by counsel that a CNC was submitted with an offer of $4,000 to cover both matters.
So we've sent 3 deficiency letters asking for a signed bond for the purpose of the renewal. The license has been expired since November 30.
Yes, yes,
So you don't have an active license.
I know.
Are you serving?
Uh,
Or is the
no,
client
actually
stuck in
not.
Florida
The
and
doors are
not?
closed. The doors are.
Doors are closed and she's, so why, so what's going on? Is this
We'd
gonna
like
be
to-
a continued business?
We'd like to clear this matter, and I'd like to resubmit the application for renewal and reopen the place. This was all done by their accountant.
Okay, you need to respond to our deficiency. This is what I'm saying.
haven't
It's like,
even
you know,
seen it.
we get yelled at for our backlog, but then when we ask for information, we get nothing,
I
nothing,
understand,
nothing.
But they allowed their accountant to do all of this, and evidently he wasn't experienced.
Okay.
Now I have it, I'll take care of it.
Okay, and I need a new DBA. If she's gonna
Right.
change the
She's
name of the
not. She went-
restaurant.
I've spoken to her, she's gone back to the old name, she's changed the sign, and now she's posted the license and the warning signs conspicuously in the bar area.
All right, fix the renewal, and you better not be serving right now, so.
She tells me the doors are closed, it's not open.
Okay.
Will you take the 4,000?
I would take the 4,000.
Thank you very much. Will you, sir?
I will also accept 4,000.
Thank you very much.
Okay, just one moment, please, members. Okay, next item is number 37, 713 Bar Incorporated.
Once again, Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacey L. Weiss. With me is the licensee, Matthew Kelly.
I'm sorry, what number?
Weber, I'm sorry.
37.
Okay.
This is the CNC with an offer of $5,000. I've included pictures with the CNC showing that all of the violations have been cured, and there was a subsequent inspection by the authority 6 weeks ago and found nothing.
Guys, whatever they submitted, it's not in here. Give me one moment. Where are you at, Commissioner?
Well, I had some concerns here. There's failure to maintain books and records. The principal was supposed to be managing, but not on site. Fire extinguishers that were not inspected. No food, no security guard license. It always concerns me when we have blocked exits, that, you know, when you're dealing with the public and in these type of establishments, that is a real
I
warning.
know, we take full responsibility, sir, but everything has been cured. I've sent in photographs to show that everything is up to code. And there was an inspection. 6 weeks ago, an investigator came and found nothing wrong. So we've learned our lesson.
Well, the offer is 5, and I was gonna come in significantly higher at 10, but I'll accept 7,500 if the chair is fine with that.
You have food now?
Yes, you have food, yes.
Will you accept 7,500?
It's a lot. I understand the severity of the violations, and I understand what we did wrong, and we corrected them immediately. If there's any way you guys could see to do the 5K, we have managed to save that. thinking after council was dealt with that we could make that work and we saved and make the 5K work. If there's any way we can do the 5K, I'd greatly appreciate it.
We have non-bona fide also. So we have that, even though that's from December of 2020.
Can we try 6,000?
We want to negotiate 6,000.
Pick 6,000.
You want to take 6? All right, we'll accept 6.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you
very much.
Okay, you will receive a letter with the counteroffer of $6,000 from Secretary's office. Next item is number 23, St. Tropez SOHO LLC.
Can you give this to Shannon? What number?
23.
Good morning, Kimberly Summers, attorney for St. Tropez, and I'm here with Johan Prichu, who is one of the owners of the establishment. This is an application seeking a class change to full liquor. They've been licensed with a restaurant wine license since 2020. The issue is really Community Board 2. The 500-foot report came back. They found that the public interest standard was met despite the opposition from Community Board 2.
All right, let them go first.
Okay.
Hi,
Good morning.
Hi,
Carter Booth on behalf of Community Board 2, along with Donna Raftery. This applicant has multiple locations in our community board, and they have not followed the rules, and they choose to not follow the rules. It's very straightforward. For both locations operating in St. Tropez, this one before you today and another one on West 4th Street, the applicant continues to refuse to accept and operate by the agreements that they have made.
The other one has an OP or also?
Has an OP.
The other one has an OP.
And yes, and recently, within the last 2020, I believe, the applicant continues to
Meaning that it
refuse.
was also an upgrade?
Yes.
Okay.
Applicant continues to refuse to accept and operate by the agreements which they've made and brazenly doesn't adhere to the clear stipulations which are a condition of their license. Both locations are well known to CB2 for complaints from residents, and this location was included in a list of top offenders to the Liquor Authority on June 28th, 2020, which we worked on with our elected officials and submitted to the authority. They've received numerous cease and desists from the New York City Department of Transportation as well. And the applicant's submission to both the authority and to the 500-foot hearing, they misstate a number of issues, including the reality of this operation, and go so far as to insinuate that the applicant only operates with 5 tables and 10 seats outside, as stated in the stipulations, which they have, air quotes, moved to the roadway open streets program. If that were simply the case, we would not be here today. They also claim that anyone who wants to point out that this is false, that St. Tropez is operating with significantly more tables and chairs outside, is somehow confused and blaming their neighboring restaurants for their own actions. They did this at CB2's meeting, and they've done this in their submissions to the ALJ and the authority. The applicant before you regularly operates with tables and chairs in the traditional sidewalk cafe location, with tables and chairs on the sidewalk, with tables and chairs along the curb, with tables and chairs in a large outdoor dining shed, and with tables and chairs outside the roadbed dining in the middle of the street when the street is closed for open streets program. There's never been an application to change the outside seating. No alteration or change in method of operation has been filed, nor is there a change to those conditions being sought today and what's before you. The executed stipulations, which are a condition of their license, is for 5 tables and 10 seats on the sidewalk. They agree that they would conform to the approved sidewalk cafe configurations at all times. You can see that clearly on the stipulations form. We all agreed to that because this was a balance and we trusted the operator would follow their agreement. Today, they have a roadbed with significantly more than 10 seats. In addition to more seats on the sidewalk, more seats along the curb, more seats in the street. They also have the open street seating on the outside of the roadbed dining structure.
And how much, I know you don't know yet, because the program really have not been put in place, but under the new program, they, in theory, would be entitled to all the seating outside. Can you comment on that?
No idea what this street is. I mean, we don't know. I don't know off the top of my head what the classification for this street is, which is determines the sidewalk width, which then determines sidewalk seating. We don't know what the rules are for the roadbed seating.
Right.
I don't have, we don't, going from the plans, the sidewalk plans, which they have submitted in the past, the only room they had on the sidewalk was for 5 tables and 10 seats. And that was with the DCA license. So that was the maximum. Just going to finish here. Given the conditions on their license, the applicant has been benefiting significantly financially from the service of alcohol to areas which they don't have permission to serve them. It's as if they're operating 2 restaurants at one. At the other San Tropez location on West 4th Street, their executed stipulations from 2020 clearly state no outside seating, and including measures to keep the sidewalk unobstructed as a condition of their full liquor license, which we supported at the time as an upgrade from beer and wine. Promises were made that they were to operate in this very residential neighborhood with narrow sidewalks, and they're not following the rules there either. We don't believe it's appropriate to upgrade this license until the applicant comes into compliance with the agreed upon stipulations at both of these locations. They can always come back once they operate in compliance with what they agreed to, but that just hasn't happened at either of these locations. Despite what the applicant might have you believe that our community board is acting in bad faith, which you just heard at the beginning of, CB2 could not in good faith consider creating further issues at this location by recommending that this license be approved. They should not be able to upgrade their license until they show they're able to follow the rules and abide by agreements that they've signed. We expect people to adhere to their agreements. They're always welcome to come back. In this case, they didn't. And this operator doesn't seem capable of following their agreements or even acknowledging them. And that's what I think that you read in their submissions to you. And I'll leave it at that for the moment. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question of the community board? First of all, we did receive many emails in opposition, but we also received, many names in a petition, about 84 names in support. So we have that. But you cited a number of deficiencies and disciplinary issues and complaints, but the ALJ found a clean disciplinary record.
Well, if you look at this, yeah.
So I wanted to, to ask you about that. And did you participate, did the community board at all participate in the ALJ?
No, we can't. All we did was submit our recommendation, and that's a significant issue because that ALJ report is not reflective of what's happening. The materials that are presented, that conclusion is not supported by the facts that were submitted by the applicant. And even to the point where they talk about, look, the only number that counts is 3. When there are more than 3 licenses within 500 feet, the public interest standard kicks in. Beyond that, that's the only thing. We submitted a number. They're saying we're wrong. We have copies of exactly what LAMP says with exactly, very similar because it's from today of the same number of licenses in the area.
Census letters submitted?
I do not know. I don't believe so because we don't, when we review this is a very good question. When we review an application, we take in what is presented to us and that we review it, but we don't submit everything that we get back to you and to the ALJ. We go through our process, and from that, we submit to you a recommendation. We don't just take everything and redo it. Just, that's, trust me, you don't want all that stuff right now.
I get it.
So,
Is the main violation of the stipulations the outdoor seating? Is that the central?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they can't even tell you what they're doing right now. They're let them speak, and we'd be more than happy to follow up.
Okay.
After that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, again. So we would be happy to address that. The reality is the photos that they showed at the community board meeting were actually of a location that was not his on a day that he didn't operate. They're closed on Mondays. They showed photos saying that this restaurant isn't in compliance, and the photos were not even of his business. And they were from a day that they weren't even open. So when we submitted our materials to the administrative law judge, who did find that the public interest was met, we included a copy of the proximity report from that day. Anytime I submit a 500-foot hearing questionnaire, I print out a brand new proximity report and I include that as an attachment. The reality is that the numbers that were provided in the community board's resolution were not accurate. They overreached how many were in the relevant hearing distance, the 500 foot, and they then included numbers, from 750 feet and said that was the big issue. When the reality is there were only at the time of the administrative law judge, and when I reviewed this for a submission to the full board.
This is not helpful. The
14.
way the point is not to say how they're wrong. The point is to say why what you're doing, it's legal and allowable. If I look online, I see seating outside. So why don't we actually talk about what your agreement is and how many seats you actually have outside and what that is?
Well, I guess that's part of the problem, is that when my client attempted to address this at the community board meeting and discuss that, okay, we understand that you're concerned, you think that there's a violation of our stipulation. However, the complaints are referring to things that are not ours. That these are photos being shown, showing that there's a violation, and it's not our establishment.
Again, you're not getting my point. I don't need to hear about what the conversation with the community board is. I need to hear about how many seats you have outside and what you think the agreement was.
I'll let you address that.
So the agreement that I had with the community board was before COVID, so before New York City open restaurant program. So the table and chair that I use outside or the open street are all legal.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. You're applying for an upgrade.
Yes.
Is a privilege, is not a right. They get involved, their opinion matters a lot more. It's a much higher bar when you get to a 500-foot rule. So since there's a new program coming out, I'm gonna let you apply for that, figure out what the city is gonna let you to do with the input from the community board on the outdoor, and then we can revisit this. So we can either vote to deny, or I can kick this all the way out until that program is in place. What would you prefer?
What if we remove the outdoor seating now and then come back and address that?
I think that ship has sailed, ma'am.
Pardon?
I think that ship has sailed. I have a lot of information from nearby neighbors, people who live on your street that is unhappy with you. I think you know that. I think to commit to removing everything now, it's a little late.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Respectfully,
We're also in the middle of winter,
those
so.
letters of opposition were not from residents on the street. We actually have letters of support, which unfortunately were just received from
The whole building.
most people in the building.
And the people living on Spring Street. What you have as a letter of opposition are people living either in West Village or some on Thompson Street. I have letter of support right here from the people living right above my restaurant, or living like next building to my restaurant, supporting my application. Same for the petition. The only deny from community board is based on New York City offering to us to have an open restaurant program.
Well,
and I follow the rule of what New York City told us to do.
Apparently, there are a number of violations that have been cited. This is the community board's.
But the community board will have.
If I can finish. And the central issue is this outdoor seating. I think what the chair has offered is a very rational approach to this, because the city is going to finalize this. Wouldn't it be best to make a decision at that time?
Yeah, so let's get that together. Let's see if you can be in compliance with whatever the city allows you to do at that point, because right now, there's not enough evidence to support an upgrade.
We're just not convinced that when we go back to the community board that they're agreeing on any outdoor seating at this point. I mean, they've been pretty consistently opposing anything with outdoors, because you have a lot of people from the area, not on the specific street, not in a specific building, who have voiced just blanket opposition to anything with an outdoor structure, outdoor seating. And so our concern is, when we were at the community board meeting and saying, even if there is some question, we're going to bring everything.
Well, if you think you have so much support, bring the people in your building and have them go and testify in front of the community board. That's the process. You can bring your support and say, the people live upstairs says, we would love the outdoor cafe. We love Saint-Tropez. I get what you're trying to do. You have to do it with the support of your community. And they're saying it's not good right now. So, and, you know,
And yet we supplied 80 signatures, including those that live in the building, who are supportive of this class change. Public interest, the judge found in our favor. So, I mean, I'm not exactly clear on what else the applicant.
what I have said is you need to apply for the new program that is about to get announced, get that into place, operate properly. You know, there's a lot of other issues with noise, loudness, cigarettes, a lot of stuff here.
Can't minimize the concerns of the community. In this specific area, I think I read once, the population on a weekend can quadruple, if not more. There's a legitimate concern on their part. But there's a program coming. There are going to be rules and specifications. You can put yourself in line with those. They may be satisfactory to the community board. They have an interest in working with you, and you have an interest in working with them. I think the chair has offered the best solution here, and I would endorse that recommendation.
So would it be withdrawing the application?
It's up to you. I can just kick it all the way out. Or if you want to withdraw and refile, I'm okay with that as well, but that's up to you. You may want to start with a clean slate. It's your decision. You can go discuss it and come back and we can decide what to do.
We'll
How's
kick
that?
it out.
You kick it out?
Mhm.
How about we do September 18?
That's fine.
That will be end of summer. You have some time to observe, and then we'll get through the DOT program and see what that is.
Say that I shouldn't say this, but I want to say, you heard right here, they operate with at least 20 tables, if not up to 25 outside, and you can't even.
Yeah, I know, but they think that they have a right to it, and I understand where you guys both come from. I get it. I understand it. Let the city do what they're planning to do, September 18. I understand. I understand.
These are facts.
I understand. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
They won't even tell you how many tables.
It's okay. I walk by there all the time. I can go and count. It's not a big deal. September 18th, please. Thank you for coming. Happy New Year to you guys.
I believe I have the next one as well. So I'm just gonna...
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner, you're okay with the 18th?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I believe I have the next one.
What's number is that?
Agenda number 16, CC 158 Corp.
Yes. So I entered my appearance on this matter as well. However, neither myself nor my clients were actually aware that it was on today. They indicated that they hadn't received notice. It was only upon sign-in that I noticed that their applicant name was on the agenda. So they have authorized me to accept, if there would be a CNC of $1,000. Otherwise, we would just ask that it be kicked to counsel's office. They were speaking with counsel about resolving this, and then somehow it ended up here. They were not aware.
As far as our records show, they submitted no contest.
They said that they didn't think that they did, but if they did, there was just confusion.
What do you want to do?
But it sounds like.
I wasn't aware of it. Yeah, I didn't know anything about this, and they said that they were not aware it was on today. They didn't receive an email, a letter, anything like that. I just happened to see it when I was signing in.
I will go.
I don't know how you ended up with difficult clients, but this is not a good situation.
I don't know anything about
They
it.
do not have food, and they will not have food that meet our requirements. So we can, yeah, Paula, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the full board notice was sent to the licensee's email on file on the 15th of December at 12:36 p.m. So
And was
notification
there a
was
representative on
attempted.
it?
I'm sorry?
Was there a representative that's on the email chain or no?
There
No, right?
was not a representative noted, no.
just because I don't know anything about it.
Then I suggest you come back on January 31.
Can we kick it to council's office?
It's showing a no contest. I can't keep, again, this is the thing. It's like if the work is done, the work keeps moving.
That's fine.
I can't keep redoing the work because that just creates a backlog. So
That's fine. I'll tell them to come back.
bring
on the
your client
31st.
in, please.
No problem. Thank you.
And they should have food in the meantime. Really, seriously.
I concur.
Thank you. Next item is number 9, DIYA Neal Incorporated.
Hi, my name is Choitram, and I am the owner of DIYA Neal INC.
I'm sorry, sir. Just give me 1 second. What number?
This one.
Number 9. Number 9. I don't have number. Oh, here it goes. You're selling wine, sir?
Yeah, my name is Choitram, and I'm from DIYA Neal INC. I just
You are the licensee?
no, yes.
You are the licensee?
I am
Is
the-
your business?
Yes.
Okay. So under your license type, you are allowed to sell wine products and not wine. Wine products is defined as 6% or less alcohol, okay?
I got it.
I'm gonna take this as a mistake because you're a relatively new license. 2,500?
I'm fine with that.
2,500.
2,500.
Please, can you?
I had 5,000 written down, sir.
So did I.
I see your face, my heart breaks. It came down 50% already.
Thank you. I accept.
That was 9.
Don't do it again, please.
Thank
All right, wine products only, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, next item is 35, AQUA Catering Corp.
What, 35? I have this.
Hi, my name is Jay Yu. I'm the representative. I have a Mr. Park as a president and Mr. Yun as a vice president. This is regarding the application for the TAVERN wine filed back in November 4th, 2022. And then I also answered the deficiency back on August 10, 2023. And I found that out that this case has to go to the full board for some reason. So we are here to answer your questions if you have any.
All right. I think you're here because you both have some history with our agency. What is that?
Okay, what happened was that we applied it back in, the initial application was applied in January 8, 2021. And then it was disapproved on, I think it's March 15, 2021. We had a communication, the mistakes, problems because of I think it was during the COVID time. And then I was not able to physically meet them. And then I interviewed over the phones. And then we made a mistake on answering those. And I usually...
Okay. And you disclosed it in this application, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How are you guys related to each other? You're just friends? Business partners? What a ride. Are you?
Well, There's something here about each table having a waiter assigned.
I'm sorry?
There's something here about each table to have a waiter specifically assigned to that table. Is that the plan?
We have a second.
Isn't that how all restaurants work?
Yeah, we have
No,
a,
I had the impression it was like one, each table had a specific.
No, can't be.
Can't be that, right?
yeah, if the people sitting on the mezzanine level, and then we're gonna bring the alcohols to them.
All right, but one waiter can serve a number of tables.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. 'Cause-
What are you operating now?
Yeah, that kind of.
Yes, you are operating now. Why is your company a catering company? Why is it called catering?
It's just for the corporation name.
But that's not what you're doing, right?
DBA is,
It's frame.
yes,
That's a restaurant, right?
it's a deli.
It's a deli.
It's typical Manhattan style deli.
You do
Oh.
catering orders also for offices nearby.
Okay.
The investment here is very small. Why is that?
Sorry?
It says there's only a $25,000 investment.
I think because they're operating already, they show only the license, the application fee. Because the deli already exists.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I am, wine, can they sell off premise? They can sell off premise, Tavern wine.
And they could only sell beer to go.
They can sell beer. What about drinks?
Wait. Because that's the case.
I don't think 25,000.
Okay, so, because you do delivery, do look at what the rules allow and don't allow. I believe you're allowed to deliver beer and perhaps mixed drinks, but probably not bottle of wine. So really look carefully at that and make sure you're working within the framework. Likely people are not ordering alcohol anyway, but I'm just letting you know that because you do deliveries, okay? Just be careful with that. With that, I'm gonna vote to approve.
I will also vote to approve.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. It's a deli.
Okay, members, the next item is number 39, MASPETH Pizza.
I'm
House
sorry.
Corporate.
Can we just pause for 1 second, Paula? You're not 24 hours, right? Okay, thank you.
Just in case. Yeah. 39?
Sorry, what number? 39?
Yes. Number 39, MASPETH Pizza House Incorporated.
MASPETH 39, not here, okay.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Okay. Happy New Year.
So the MASPETH Pizza House, it was initially licensed in 2017. On July 20th, 2020, there was an order of summary suspension for violation of executive order in connection with the COVID protocols. It was just before the pandemic that Mr. Santana, the applicant, joined this company on December 18th, 2019 as his very first business venture via a corporate change application. At this point, the MASPETH Pizza House had its staff, its customers, and operations in place by the original owners, and Mr. Santana was a partner for only 3 months before the first shutdown occurred. It was a difficult time to navigate, especially as a first-time business owner, and so much of the decisions were left to original ownership, being that his partner was a former police officer and he knew what he was doing. Mr. Santana knew that if he were ever to go into business again, it would be by himself, as he learned much from this situation. Because the landlord has a personal guarantee on the lease, he couldn't simply walk away. After agreeing with his former partner for him to relinquish his shares, if he could be taken off the lease in November of 2022, Mr. Santana applied again, but this time by himself. He created the DBA Fonda Consentida and has been operating with a temporary since May 4th of last year for 8 months. For 8 months, Mr. Santana operated without any 311 calls, 911, police presence, or violations. For the community, this is a brand new restaurant because the name, concept, menu, and staff are all different, and as so are the patrons. So what has Mr. Santana done to ensure this business is operated correctly? He's hired an experienced manager disclosed in the application to help him ensure the high level of standards. He has a single security person to ensure there's no loitering and a friendly neighborhood environment is maintained. He handpicked every employee and trained them himself, and he took an ATAP course to reinforce these standards. We all make mistakes, myself included. I'm sure everyone has. What's important is that we learn from them and don't repeat them. He's an exemplary example of that, and it's evident in the fact that he's been operating 8 months without a single complaint. He's a community man who started a turkey drive in his Queens community that has been operating since 2018. His turkey drive has gained so much notoriety that now nightlife mayor Jeffrey Garcia has participated along with other businesses. He's also garnered the support of Senator Jessica Ramos of the 13th District in a letter provided to the board last week. I ask that you please consider all the strides and precautions.
Let me ask you about the corporation. Why is it the same name as the prior business? Because you established a new corporation in this?
It's always been the same corporation, the MASPETH Pizza House, that was initially licensed, and the landlord will not let them go of the lease, so they have to keep the same corporate name.
But the other partners are not part of it anymore? It's just you?
The other partner relinquished his shares, and then he applied for the license after.
What are your hours?
The hours for this location are Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m., Sunday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., Friday, 2 to 3:30, Saturday, 12 to 3:30.
But is there a connection here with Truth Restaurant?
Same applicant.
Same applicant. Okay.
Is that also on today's agenda?
It's number
Yes.
38.
Yeah, that's 38.
I wanted to inquire if you did receive the letter of support from the senator, because I
Got
know.
the letter
Okay.
for both cases. So, what I have here is that the previous license was canceled in 2020 due to police attention. The applicant was summarily suspended at a different premises in 2020, again for police attention. He is an assistant manager at another licensed establishment with an adverse history, again for police attention. He also applied at the same location, previously canceled, MASPETH Pizza House. That was in 2016. Apparently, the reasons for all this are COVID protocols that were not being followed. And then we have currently an assistant manager at the Oven Grill Chill, again with an adverse history for police attention. So I'm going to need you to explain all this.
Surely.
And please tell me who Richard Adamiak is.
Well, let me touch on.
The lease apparently was originally signed by that person.
Yeah, so let me touch first on his assistant manager position. He worked at Oven Grill Chill for 1 year as an assistant manager between August 2018 to December 2019. He left for 3 years and returned in October 2022 because he had to be able to afford the rent at MASPETH Pizza since he was no longer splitting it with his partner who had left. It was the better paying job, and since receiving his temporary at this license that we're applying for, he's only been there 1 day a week, taking care of bookkeeping, budgeting, financial oversight, and upon approval of the license, he intends to leave that location completely. But any adverse incidents that the application has, again, he was only there for 13 months between 2018 to 2019, and he just started again in October when he applied for this application.
But I just cited numerous locations. You know, this is like an ongoing thing, an ongoing pattern here. Did you have a question?
Continue on at that location. Does he know?
No, if this application approved, he does not intend to continue his employment there.
And the original name on the lease? Who was that
Oh,
person?
do you know who was that one of the original owners, Vladimir?
Richard Adamiaki?
Richard Adamiaki?
Out of which location, I'm sorry? MASPETH Pizza or?
That's MASPETH, yeah.
Yes, Rich, yeah. He was previously owner with Louis Seminary, and they left a long time ago.
Okay, is the lease still under his name?
I believe they sent me a new lease with my name. That's why I was able to get the application.
Who's running these businesses as you apply for two at the same time?
So MASPETH Pizza, this Christian Betancourt as a manager. And I've been there as well, basically almost every day. And if I'm able to open Truth, then we'll be splitting responsibilities. He'll be a Master Pizza and I'll be more a Truth
But he's also going to be getting a manager at Truth as well.
eventually.
And what is Truth? What is the intent of that business?
It's a local restaurant with Asian cuisine and cocktails and this.
Are you already operating that as a restaurant right now?
No, we're not.
No, they didn't qualify for a temporary at that location.
I mean, I agree with the commissioner. It's unusual that you come in with all these locational bad history, a revocation, a cancellation. It's like you looking for this kind of premise to operate your business.
If I may, again, in MASPETH Pizza, he was only there for a very short amount of time 3 months before the pandemic hit, is when he came into that business. That business already had, its fair share of problems before
Okay,
that.
but the other one was revoked.
Which one?
Truth. The
No.
location was revoked.
Oh, he has no affiliation, he walked into a vacant space there.
Do you know that premise has a revoked license history?
Yes.
Okay.
More like a club.
Yeah, I live by there. They ran it, they called it MIA. It was more of a bar club. They got that revoked, I want to say maybe 3 years ago. And
Yeah, but you're asking for 4 a.m. and DJ. How am I not thinking that this is also going to be a nightclub?
So any business wants the flexibility of 4 a.m. We got it from the community board, but we're open to closing much earlier if that satisfies the board. We can close 2 a.m., whatever time you suggest, because it's a restaurant board.
2 a.m. hospitality close. Just start there. I mean, or we can just get more.
That's two businesses at the same time. What do you?
No, go ahead.
So I just was, you can hear what the concern is, right? This continuing pattern of problematic locations. What's your plan to address that concern?
Sure. My plan with Master Pizza, it's been 8 months already. There hasn't been no problem. Thank God. Like 311, 911 calls, no fights or anything. It's
Yeah,
more
because
around,
you have a temp that you have to close at midnight. Like that's the problem starts between 12 and 4.
That temp isn't subject to the 500-foot rule.
So what time are your hours now? 2 a.m.?
2 a.m. and 3:30 on Friday and Saturday.
Can we have Joe take a look?
So it's been more around like as a family restaurant, and same thing I'm planning to do with Truth. More restaurant vibe, cocktails, food.
What
and
family is out at 3:30, sir?
there's- I
You
mean,
can't just say things and it's, that's not how this works. If you're a family restaurant, you should be applying for midnight. That's the reality. Midnight is even late. Like, my kids don't sleep, but they're in bed by 9.
I think what he's trying to bring home is that it's a safe, friendly environment. I mean, he brings his own daughters to the restaurant consistently.
Not at 3:30.
Not at 3:30, but we want to work together to whatever hours the board feels comfortable giving us, but also to please take into consideration that he has been open later, again, without any problems for 8 months.
Well, I mean, weighing, that's a good thing. That's certainly not a bad thing. We're weighing that against a significant record of problems.
A lot of those previous
I'm not comfortable with the 4 a.m. at all. I think the chair hit the nail on the head.
Let's do it one at a time, Commissioner. Because I think that we are eroding our own decision when we mix it together. Because one has a 500-foot application and one does not.
That's a good point.
So let's take the one that he says he's operating under a temp, that is supposed to be a family restaurant that is not governed by the 500-foot rule. Let's do 39 first.
39.
So he's been operating an attempt 2 a.m., 3:30, 12 o'clock. So, and it's recorded music only?
Yes, we had some live band, like guitars, which we put in the application.
Yeah, we included on the application, he has a Colombian guitarist going by, recorded music and DJ.
And DJ?
Yes.
And yes.
I mean, look, if you're running a nightclub, you need to just say that, because that's not helpful to have that. You know,
I understand.
it's like, it's better for me to know that you intend to be a nightclub, and then I make arrangements for your security and your other things accordingly. It's not helpful you sitting here telling me this is a family restaurant and you call it a pizza house, but really, it's not that at all.
Again, like the corporate name, it was in place. There was nothing we can do about the pizza house, what have you. It's definitely a
I know, but you're
absolutely a
certainly also
restaurant.
taking advantage of that, because the senator's letter refers to a pizza house, because she also thinks that this is pizza house. You understand why it's confusing and in your own way manipulative against the system? And that's not good, because on the other side, when we have charges, you're gonna go straight to cancel and bond, because I'm gonna at that point realize you've been lying. So while we're in the, again, back to what I was saying at the very beginning, the licensing process doesn't need to be adversarial. We're not litigating anything. We're trying to help you get to the business that you want to have.
We're confident that if anything were to happen, there would be no cancellation because it's absolutely run as a restaurant. And unfortunately, there was
Not if you're open until 3:30 with a DJ and a band and all of these other things. I'm not saying that you cannot have that. You can certainly have that. And your community certainly wants that, right? But if you come here and pretend to be a restaurant, but then you're running a nightclub, like, it's gonna hurt you on the other side. That's what I'm trying to say. Because ultimately, it's the same people. It's the same people running the agency. We're not 1,000 people where people are not talking to each other. We're all in the same room all the time together because we're only 100 people.
I'm not comfortable with the DJ or the hours. We can come to some agreement about that, but
we certainly
not with
can.
this track record.
Do you guys want to just take a moment and have a discussion and see how you can trim? Because I'd rather you offer me a concession than me impose one on you, because that's not fair to you. So you're applying for 2 at the same time. That is of concern as well. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm already over that. If I don't trust you, I would have said no already. I'm trying to help you, but try to help us too. So let's go. Why don't you guys go have a discussion? And I'm just respecting that the senator is on your side. So please, let's do a second call for 38 and 39, Paula. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Hey, Paula, we're gonna take the break now.
Okay.
We're just gonna take a moment. Thank you.
And we're going to be off the record for a brief recess.
All right. While we figure out the water situation, we're gonna keep going, Paula. I think we're gonna go to the items with the interpreter.
Okay.
Are you guys waiting for something else, CB2? Yeah, they have another item. There's another item? You know, we gotta change this around. When community board is here, they should go first too.
The community boards with community translate.
What's that?
Let the community boards with community translate. We get them all the way to the.
Yeah, that would go very first. So whatever item it's community board related, guys, after the interpreter, they should go first. Don't shake your head.
You get any? Overweight lawyer. Overweight lawyer.
It's not about that.
Well, in court of law, attorneys.
You know, it would be, I'm not against the idea of perhaps doing time slots so that you guys are not just sitting here. That we wait instead of you wait, you know. It's not, I don't like that either. I think it's a waste of your time too. So if you have suggestions about how to fix that, I'm all ears. Then you gotta get here first. You see how Romano always gets out first?
What can I tell you?
He gets here before I do every single time. That's how you solve the problem. There are ways to fix it. Or you go up to Buffalo.
Yeah, well, I thought it.
That also goes first, so.
Airbnb.
All right, where are we with the interpreter?
Okay, we're back on the record. The first item we're going to call for our interpreter services is number 36, SNN Food Corporation.
Vamos a llamar el número 36. What was the name?
SNN Food Corporation.
Vamos a llamar a Corporación de Comida.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Morning.
Good afternoon,
Good
members of
afternoon.
authority, Chair Fan, Commissioner De Leon.
Thank you.
Madam Powell, representing SNN Food Corp. In Queens County, as you recall, we were here at the last board meeting. I made a paperwork mistake. I listed Mr. Olivares, Adan Olivares, as an owner of a company he has never owned. And so we flipped that to manager. We sent it to licensing last week because that in and of itself, the listing of owner, opened up another set of problems, which should not have been a part of it.
Excuse me, we need to give the interpreter time
I'm sorry.
to
Yes.
allow your client to hear what you're saying.
What was the name of your client? Can you repeat again? Luis?
Adan Olivares is a 40% owner and Carlos Huesca is 60%. So Adan Olivares was listed as an owner on the original application as of another company that was only a manager. So we have corrected that.
So you're saying Carlos was incorrectly mentioned as the owner.
Adan Olivares. Adan Olivares
Okay,
was
Adan.
incorrectly listed as an owner of Bushwick Taco Company. Where he was never owned.
Bueno, hicimos un error anteriormente. Mencionamos que Adam Olivar era el dueño con 40%, pero esto era un error. Esto fue un error y él solo es un gerente. No es. So you said you have corrected this?
Yes, with licensing.
Okay. Okay. Lo hemos corregido ahora con la oficina de licencia.
And just to add, Mr. Olivares has never owned any company that has applied for any liquor license. So this is his first application for liquor license.
Solo para
Alright.
añadir, señor Olivares nunca ha pedido la licencia ni solicitado la licencia anteriormente. Esta es la primera vez.
Okay. Neither does Carlos Huesca for that matter.
Tampoco Carlos.
So do you still work at Bushwick Taco Company?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Okay.
And just as a means of background, it's a small location, DBA Astoria Taco Company in Queens County. Again, has 3 tables, 10 seats, and some outdoor seating. Most of their business derives from takeouts and deliveries. They would just like to
Okay,
add.
then why do you need DJ, karaoke, dancing?
We put that in there, but it's not. They close at 11. By the way, their hours are 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 nights a week. You want to respond to that?
Yeah, we've been in business for about 4 years. We purchased the place February 2nd of 2019. And so when we
You purchased the license corporation, or you purchased the real estate behind that?
we purchased the corporation. And
Okay.
And so when we applied, honestly, we didn't know how this business was going to turn out. We was during the pandemic, so we wanted to have every option available when we applied for this. But in reality, it's just a family business. It's very small. We operate from 11 to 10 right now, and I don't think we have any intent to becoming more than that, more than a neighborhood spot, and you know.
3 tables,
family.
10 seats, no bar seats. Basically, it's a counter space where you order your food.
No need for a DJ.
No, in reality, no.
Live music.
All right.
Stipulations that
Básicamente va a tener las mesas solo para pedir la comida.
Yeah.
Do you have residents upstairs?
There is, I believe, 3 apartments upstairs, yes.
And the community board has approved with stipulations?
Yes.
Yeah.
What are the hours of the community board?
This is from the last time we were here.
Mm-hmm.
And so
There are no
¿Cuáles
hours,
son los
right?
horarios de junta comunitaria?
It would be in the hours.
So the community board did not make any hour recommendations. But again, they only open 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., as you told me.
Solo están abiertos desde
All right,
las
if you're
11 de la
willing to
mañana
give
hasta
up your
11 de la noche.
karaoke and DJ, I'll go to midnight. Is that a deal?
Yeah,
If you want to give a karaoke and DJ, she'll go to midnight.
Absolutely.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Sure.
absolutely.
You want 1, 2?
No, I don't think we need more than that.
Okay.
As a business owner.
Okay.
So you can keep the
I wanna
live
be home at like
mariachi bands? Yeah, they're just.
I can give you live acoustic.
Is mariachi allowed?
It's live acoustic.
Yeah, okay.
For like Cinco de Mayo.
But you only have 3 tables, so don't be playing on the streets.
Okay.
I'm serious.
Okay. Yeah.
Because that's not the purpose of this, and there's a lot of disturbance that is on the streets.
It's a small space.
That people, you know, attribute to the licensees, and it's not fair to our licensees, because really the disturbance is on the street from unlicensed persons.
Understood. And 3 years, by the way, you've never had live music yet, have you?
No.
So it's just maybe on a Cinco de Mayo sort of thing. It's a Mexican place, that's it.
That's fine, I'm in support of that.
Appreciate it.
Your outdoor is gonna close at 10 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve with the following conditions: recorded music only, no dancing, no security, no third-party promoter, outdoor space closes at 10 p.m., and live mariachi band allowed, live acoustic allowed on holidays. And I'll let you define what that is. Maybe it's every day.
Can we do 11 to 11?
The hours
She
is
said 10 p.m.
midnight.
For the outdoors,
for the outdoors.
but 12 midnight.
Yeah,
for the
it's
indoors.
midnight across the board. Outside is 10
Oh,
p.m.
Right.
Yeah, got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
And just from this experience, I just want to say that if you don't need an interpreter, don't ask for an interpreter.
Oh, no, the interpreter is for
It's
him.
for him.
Okay, and you're the manager.
He's
No,
one-
no,
he's
he's
my
You're the
partner.
owner
100%
too.
owner.
Oh,
Right.
okay, got it. All right.
¿Necesitan algo para que yo traduzca? ¿O
Can you do the steps, please? Can you do the stipulations just so that he's clear
Oh,
as
the
well?
Stipulations.
Let me repeat them, ma'am. It's
Okay, thank
12
you.
midnight across the board. It's recorded music only, except on holidays, they're allowed to have live acoustic music. No karaoke, no DJ, no dancing, no security, no third-party promoter. And I apologize for what I said about the interpreter.
Ok. Solo hasta medianoche no está, no debe tener la música en vivo, ni karaoke, ni DJ, y ni siquiera, solo está permitido la música grabada, excepto en los días especiales como que pueden tener la música en vivo.
Juan, did she say no live music?
No live, yeah, right, no live.
Solo los
Mariachi.
días de las fiestas, los festivales.
Festivos.
Ya feriados.
Días festivos.
Feriados.
Festivos,
And
sí.
10 p.m. for the outdoors.
Yeah, that's fine.
10 de la noche para afuera.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy
Thanks for
Friday.
clearing the record. That was helpful. Thank you.
I also approve with the same conditions.
Ms. Keynes, if you could just put your name on the record for that as well, that would be great. Just state your name, please.
My name is Gurpreet Khan,
You're awesome.
and
Thank
I'm
you,
the
sir.
Spanish interpreter.
Thank you. If
All
you
right.
could do that for each
Thank you.
item, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Crisis.
Okay, the next item is number 28 and 29, FEDA Restaurant Corporation.
Coming to our agency, it should go with the, it says they like authority, it should go with the insurance, right?
Good afternoon, members of the full board. I'm Argelio Rodriguez, and I'm the attorney for the applicant, FEDA Restaurant Corp., DBA Colombian Restaurant. Before I start, I did want to say that we have requested an interpreter, but we ask that it be limited to interpreting of any questions that are directed specifically at the principal, rather than what I have to say, as they're well aware of everything I have to say. And so, so this is an application.
I'm sorry, can you clarify that? I'm confused what that means.
It means that we don't need interpreting for my segment of the presentation.
Oh, I understand. Okay.
Only for questions directed specifically at
understand.
the
Okay,
principal.
Mr. Rodriguez, is your principal there? Your client
Yes.
there with you?
Yes, I'm just about to introduce them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So like I said, this is FEDA Restaurant Corp., 175 Main Street in White Plains, New York is the address. I'm here with the principal, Lina Jimenez Herrera, and her husband and manager, Juan Hoyos Restrepo. I'm going to break this up into two portions. The first is responding to the commentary in the memorandum. And then the second segment will be on the method of operation and what's been agreed to with the White Plains Common Council and Public Safety. So in response to the licensee's memorandum to the full board, we're here because the ALJ at the 500-foot hearing concluded that the public interest was not met due to specifically inconsistencies between the public interest questionnaire and the application. So in way of background, there was the application submitted, then there was the 500-foot questionnaire, and then actually after that, there was presentations and agreements, stipulations with the White Plains Common Council with respect to the cabaret portion of their total application. Okay, so in terms of the hiring of security, yes, there will be security. There'll be 2 security guards on the weekend nights, one in front and one in the inside closer to the back. And this was added due to the request by the White Plains Common Council. This is after the submission of the initial application and before the 500-foot rule hearing. The company is Castillo Security Services, and I do have their proprietary security guard number ID, I apologize for not having amended the application. It occurred to me as I was prepared for this that I should have amended the security page to add that information on it. The second point, and just to be clear, the security will be from 10 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. And in terms of the use of outside seating, yes, there will be outdoor seating. The municipality has approved use of outdoor seating. So for the year 2023, they're operating on a temp, by the way, a temporary operating permit, liquor license. For 2023, they have their cabaret permit and they have their sidewalk outdoor seating permit for White Plains. And so White Plains has approved both its cabaret permit and outdoor seating. And to be as specific as I can get on the cabaret, it's called an accessory cabaret special permit. That's what they have. And I'll go into more detail shortly, but you should know that with respect to the cabaret portion of their operation, which is allowing dancing and live music, for example, which I'll get to in a second, that is limited to 40% of the total premises, and it has to be on the first floor. These are all things that are absolutely crystal clear on the special permit for the cabaret segment of their operation. I did want to note that this applicant has an excellent history with the authority. They have 7 years at their New Rochelle location. That's Columbia House Restaurant in New Rochelle. It's 585 Main Street, New Rochelle. And then they have the 1 year at this new location in White Plains. If you need
Are they both
legacies,
called Colombian House Restaurant?
yes. So to be clear, there is a incorrect DBA on this application, which we have requested a amended certificate of assumed name. And once we get that, we wanted to provide the updated name. We actually were going to do that after this.
Okay.
So it's Columbia House Restaurant.
Yeah, please just clarify that and make sure your record is straight.
Yes, yes.
Can I ask something about the principals here are also the owners of the Columbia House Restaurant?
In New Rochelle.
That restaurant has provided a loan to start the business here.
That's correct.
Are they the sole owners of the restaurant at 585 Main Street, Columbia?
Okay, so to be clear, Lena is the 100% owner of both. Of both. And her husband is the manager at both.
Okay, all right.
And he's on the application as a personal questionnaire on this as well.
All right.
And so if you want to look up the legacy serial number on the other Columbia House Restaurant location, I can tell you the serial number, but I'll say they have 7 years with no disciplinary issues whatsoever. And they're actually well-known and respected as one of the best operations, imaginable. In terms of method of operation, I'll summarize the hours. And when I say I'll summarize the hours, I'm summarizing what was presented to and to White Plains and is on the questionnaire, the public interest questionnaire. And to be clear, the White Plains Common Council actually allowed them a little longer. So Sunday through Wednesday, they have 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then Thursday through Saturday, they have 9 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. On their special accessory cabaret special permit, on the conditions, they have up to 3 a.m. But they only need until 2:30 a.m. is what they're requesting here and what they have presented to everyone. In terms of the menu, it's a full restaurant menu during the day, and then they have a bar menu and appetizers after 11 o'clock. There's 2 bars, one on the first floor and one on the basement. In terms of music, it's recorded DJ and live music. In terms of the live music, in terms of both live music and DJ, it's mainly on weekends. And the live music is essentially one singer and 2 or 3 individuals on instruments.
Do you have security every day of the week or just Thursday to Saturday?
Thursday through Saturday.
Okay, and you have security at both locations?
So the other location does not have this added cabaret component. The added cabaret component is on this location alone, and they have they've gone through the entire White Plains Common Council process and have that approved.
All right. All right, thank you. I'm gonna vote to approve with DJ karaoke, live music, dancing, security on Thursday to Saturday, no private events. Oh, no, there are some private
There are
events.
some
How many private events?
4 a month. One a
4
week.
a month?
One a week. Really think that's a lot? I actually thought that was a little.
Solamente si se presenta, no
That-
siempre se presenta.
She's
You
saying
can't
that's
be
only if
closed
it's
every
presented.
Saturday. That's not the purpose of an OP.
No, that's not even close to what it is.
4 a month is every weekend. Unless you have a different calendar than I do.
We can lower that, that's fine, it's not a big deal.
So let's do 2 months. 24 in the year. No promoters, no third-party promoters, and I am voting in support, taking into consideration the no objection from the White Plains Common Council and a good record on the principal's other license. No, I say nothing.
I also vote to approve with the conditions as stated and note that the city has also indicated.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a
Thanks
good
for
day.
coming in. Thank you. Good luck. All right. What's that? Okay. I'm not saying
You're
that.
muted.
I'm not gonna pretend like I speak it.
Okay. So then.
All right, we can't hear you, Paula. No, we can't hear you, Paula.
You're muted.
Next item is 41, CASA EMILIO Restaurant Corporation.
CASA EMILIO.
Okay. No complaints, not connected. Recording music only. You okay? You have questions? Go ahead.
There's nothing from the community board on this? You have any-
I beg your pardon?
Did you get anything from the community board on this?
I don't think so.
No, because it's not a 500 foot, so they don't have an obligation to go to the community board. You've been operating on a temp?
I have a little problem hearing.
You've been operating on a temp?
Oh, yes, yes. Well, let me introduce you. This is Emilio Gatica. He's the applicant. My name is Franklin Pacheco. I represent the applicant. Any questions really, to be translated, to be directed to my client?
All right.
Okay.
Hi. Ask them, please, if they've been operating on a temporary permit.
¿Quieren saber si estaban trabajando en un permiso temporal?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
And have you had any problems?
¿Han tenido algún problema?
No.
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 Okay. What are his hours? What are his current hours?
¿Cuáles son los horarios suyos?
7 a 12. 7 de la mañana a 12.
7 to 12.
¿A las 2 o 12?
Las 12.
7 to 12.
So 7 to 2
a.m.
to 2.
12 midnight. 12. 1 2.
Okay. Okay. 12 midnight. 7 a.m. to 12 midnight.
Okay. And is it recorded music only?
Si es solo la música grabada?
Sí.
Yes.
And the restaurant is called Casa Emilio?
Sí.
So your name is on it? You better
¿Y
protect
está
it.
a
You
nombre
better guard it.
suyo? Yes.
All right. I'm going to vote to approve midnight across the board, recorded music only.
One more thing, please. In your stipulation, you can add live music on special occasions and holidays?
No, I don't believe you applied for that.
No, I don't think, but can we add that to the stipulation?
I vote override, the commissioner can decide.
Application was for only recorded music.
Okay.
So I will approve also.
You can apply for a change of method of operation if you want live music. That's how it
Okay.
works.
Thank you.
Gracias. My name is Gurpreet.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
And the next item is number 32, COPAS Bar and Lounge Corporation.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fang, Commissioner De Leon, all honorable members of the authority. If you recall, we put this over. Chairman Fang was very clear that she wanted us to bring in the licensee. I want to also inform them, which you probably know already, we put this license in safekeeping. That was her decision. While she does many things, well, she makes a choice. Either she comes back out and reorganizes everything, including employees, makes a lot of changes, or she entertains offers from her family members as well as other people that were interested in the establishment. Why? Because she's a very responsible person. She's not happy with a lot of things that are happening, attributable to the area in itself. She never has any problems inside. Her problems are outside her establishment that try to come into her establishment. She serves, she stops sales at 3:15 and gets everybody out by 3:30. After these two incidents, she changes two proceedings that are in effect. She has made many changes, including ATAP, dismissing employees, trying to reorganize. But unfortunately, she's going through a family hardship right now. That was very clear last time, taking care of her husband, who has a very serious medical condition with the heart. And she feels that she can't properly do two things at once right now. So she needed a break to decide what she wants to do. The license went into safekeeping upon my request. I was answered on Monday that they accepted it. And they actually gave her a time frame that was very long, but she's not going to wait this long. She's going to make a decision within the next couple of weeks of which way she decides to go if she wants to come back. With that, we had made a CNC. I hope that members of the board will take it into consideration and approve it and allow us to hopefully either come back or move on. But right now, the license is in safekeeping. If there's any questions, she's right here, Chairman, and she can answer anything you want to ask her.
I know. Can you just talk specifically about what you're doing to reorganize? I mean, the charges here are focal point, noise, disorderly premise, books and records. This is not, there's someone standing outside and being loud.
No, but
So how are we actually fixing it?
I'll let her answer that, but you can refer to that. I am familiar with the area, and there has been no incident of fighting anything inside. What happens is she has everyone leave. They don't want to leave, and what they do is they stay outside. She calls the police. Obviously, I was an officer at once. They can't be there at a split second unless it's a serious emergency. They decide to argue, become disorderly. People call. By the time they get there, it's a disorderly place. But she's very responsible. Just recently, I even called the precinct to see if I could set something up. If she decides to come back, regardless, we're going to let them know the license in safekeeping, what our intentions are.
How long have you been in safekeeping?
Just now, they just approved it. Chairman Fang. On Monday, as a matter of fact, I have it right in front of me. I received the notice. I put it in on Friday. They received the notice on January 8th at 3:05, authorizing it. And actually, I was surprised, January 8th, 2024 to July, that's 6 months. That's unnecessary. She's not going to wait 6 months to decide anything. You know, she's actually explained to me that within the next couple of weeks, she's going to make a decision. And hopefully she likes the business. She knows there's changes. The area is a heavy area that's changed on Jamaica Avenue. They want to come in. She doesn't let them come in, so they cause a disturbance outside. through the back. There was one of the charges in the back that was being.
Okay, so what are the changes you're making?
Well, the changes, first of all, she's changing all the employees. She's not satisfied because, as you can see, on one of the, not one, actually both of the charges, she wasn't even there when they did the inspection. She was gone for an hour or two. She takes an hour or two, checks her things, the residence comes back. The employees weren't following her rules. She determined that, and she dismissed them. So now she's there every day. And incidentally, she wanted me to mention two recent incidents that didn't happen inside. But what happened was that on the way out, she closes. She calls last call at 3:15. They don't want to leave. Eventually, they leave. They stay outside. There was a very big fight. She called the police officer. By the time
Okay, can you let her speak? Let her speak. You can speak to the screen and the interpreter will tell us.
Good afternoon.
Get into the microphone, please. Thank you.
Buenas, mi nombre es Altagracia Sánchez.
You have to kind of stand up to the, oh, don't move that.
Altagracia Sánchez, mi nombre.
Can you hear?
Sanchez, I hear the last name. What's the first name? ¿Cómo se llama usted? Perdona.
Altagracia Sánchez.
My name is Altagracia Sánchez.
Just talk a little bit about the changes that you plan to make at the restaurant to make it be more in compliance.
Sí, he hecho muchos cambios. He hecho todo lo posible.
I have done many changes. I have done everything possible.
Y pienso implementar más cambios. Por eso me voy a tomar un tiempo para implementar más cambios en mi negocio. Como tuve muchos problemas personales de salud, me voy a enfocar un momento.
I'm trying hard to make more changes. I've had some personal issues. Sí, siga, por favor.
Sí, debido al estado de salud de mi esposo, es que he decidido tomarme un tiempo para así implementar más cambios, buscar personas familiares que me ayuden en el negocio. Como soy mujer, el área ha cambiado mucho, mucho en esa área. Está bien difícil. Yo he implementado.
Un momento.
Un tiempo y
Okay.
volver otra vez.
Because of the un segundo, por favor, déjeme explicarlo. Because of the bad the health problems of my husband, I've had some issues, and I'm trying to implement some changes. One of them is I am going to start to look for the family members who can help me out to make some changes. Sí, siga.
Sí. Tomar mis cursos de mi manager. También la seguridad lo cambié toda la seguridad, empleados. Pero me he decepcionado mucho porque me han decepcionado los empleados, la seguridad. He hecho cambios. Mucho esfuerzo.
I have done some changes. I have changed the guard. I have also changed the employees. They have disappointed me a lot. And I'm also thinking of taking a management course myself. Siga.
Sí, entonces lo que pienso implementar más cambio en mi negocio. Y tengo ofertas de compra que voy a considerar. Y también tengo implementar más cambios, empleados, seguridad, venir con una mente más fresca. Porque cuando...
Un segundo. Sí. I'm thinking of implementing more changes. I also have some offers of the purchase, the buying offers that I'm going to consider. And I have changed the employees and the security guards, and I'm also thinking of changing more employees. Sí, siga.
Sí, también quiero ponerme de acuerdo con el precinto que me ayude más, porque muchas veces hay problemas y llamamos al precinto cuando llegan ellos, ya ha pasado todo. Entonces es un poco difícil, tengo que ponerme de acuerdo con ellos, que también me ayuden. Cuando yo pido ayuda, que por favor esté más atento. Eso es lo que quiero implementar.
¿Qué quiere decir con precinto?
El precinto de la policía, que a veces se han presentado los problemas, llamo a la policía y cuando llega el problema ya pasó todo. Entonces yo quiero ponerme de acuerdo con ellos cuando vuelva a abrir otra vez y que por favor me preste más atención porque el área está bien difícil, bien activa, se ha puesto, ha cambiado mucho el área y yo soy mujer. Necesito como
So
más
I am
ayuda.
also trying to have more serious talks with the police person who always comes because the area is a problematic area, and whenever he comes, everything is already done. You know, everything, all the problem is already done. And I am going to speak to him to pay more attention to me, you know, next time. Sí. Siga.
What family members may you potentially have to help out your business? Because I assume you're not inventing, there's no new family members that's joining right now. So who can actually help you?
¿Cuáles son los miembros de la familia que puedan ayudarlo a usted?
Sí, tengo a mi hijo que me puede ayudar, porque solo vivimos mi hijo, mi esposo y yo en la casa. Cuando estoy ausente es porque, sí, a veces sí estoy ausente porque mi hijo está conmigo, mi esposo tiene una condición de salud delicada y a veces salgo de repente a supervisarlo a él. Y cuando salgo siempre pasan problemas. 1 hora o 2 que salga a la casa a supervisar, siempre pasan los problemas. Entonces yo necesito ayudas familiares que estén conmigo responsables. Que si yo salgo ya esté más responsable, los empleados lo voy a cambiar todo. Ese es mi plan para un futuro.
¿El plan es de emplear su hijo, me dijo?
Sí. O sea, que me
So
vas a ayudar más conmigo ahí.
So I'm planning to have my son help me out a little more. If in case I have to be absent, you know, go out from the work, then he can be there to help me out.
All right. All right. Thank you for coming in.
Muchas gracias por venir.
Gracias a usted.
Thanks to you.
I know, to the extent that your license is in safekeeping right now, I'm going to accept $7,500.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm also going to accept 7,500.
Thank you.
I think you have to translate that, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. Voy a
That's okay.
aceptar $7,500 en este momento.
In theory,
Y su
we could make
licencia
you
está en
close.
safe case.
Yeah,
Sorry.
in theory, we could make you close earlier. That sometimes we do that, but I don't really want to do that to you because then it cripples you when you reopen.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last part?
I said,
you
in
don't want.
theory, I could take your hours away and make it shorter, but I am not going to do that today.
También en teoría podemos cortar las horas de su trabajo, pero hoy no queremos hacerlo.
If you're going to have your son help you out, and he's going to become a manager, hopefully he becomes a real manager, then we need to file a personal questionnaire for him.
We will do that, make sure that happens.
En
We've
el
already
caso
put
de que
Weta.
su hijo quiera ayudarle, vamos a tener que darle una lista de las preguntas y a lo mejor que sea un gerente bueno.
Sí.
Yes.
A management course is a great idea.
El curso de ser gerente es buena idea para usted.
New employees is a good idea.
Los empleados nuevos también es una buena idea.
And I would suggest that you have more guards on the weekends so that you can get your sidewalk cleared promptly when you close.
Yo sugeriría que usted tenga más empleados de seguridad los fines de semana para limpiar la área de de paseo, de caminar.
Ok, lo considero.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm going to consider it.
Hallelujah.
Gracias.
Hold on, he needs a vote.
Thank you.
I concur with all of the recommendations. I will accept 7,500, knowing that the license has been placed.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Have a good day. Happy.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. My name is Gurpreet. I'm the Spanish interpreter.
Thank you for coming in on such short notice. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you for stepping in.
No problem. Thank you so much. I'm going to leave now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair, Commissioner, that was the acceptance of the CNC, correct?
Correct.
Next item is number 27, BABI Restaurant Incorporated.
No, well, no, let's just do the community board first.
Sam Park representative. And then this is the BABI Restaurant INC, and we had a missed hearing for the community board meeting. So we just finished the last week, Thursday, we had a meeting with the community board too, and then we signed the stipulation and everything on.
So can you, so the full board hasn't voted, right? So can we do this again in February, or do we have to wait until March?
No.
No, to which one?
Our board meeting is next Thursday.
Our full board meeting is next Thursday, so I can do 131.
Yes.
All right, 131 it is.
So the applicant have to come back again.
Yes, 131, thank you. All right, the commissioner has to vote.
Yeah, I concur, 131.
All right. Next, please.
Okay, number 26.
Are you guys ready? Yes. We can go back to 38, 39, Paula.
The second call, okay, okay. 38.
Thank you.
Restaurant Incorporated and MASPETH Pizza House Incorporated.
Thank you for your consideration. I just wanted to stress one more time that the place has been closed in 2020. It's been closed for 2.5 years. Unfortunately, we couldn't change the corporate name because of the lease, but the DBA has been updated. As far as the community knows, it's a brand new place. There's new staff. Everything has been pristine since issued the temp 8 months ago. And so we're requesting a 2 a.m. closing time. He's shown that he's the sole decision maker somewhere, not an assistant manager with no voice really, or relying on a partner. When he's the sole decision maker, he's shown that he's up to the task.
Okay, what about the music requests on 39? I assume we're talking about 39 first.
MASPETH Pizza House we're talking about?
Yes.
The music, he has the DJ, the recorded music, and the live acoustic with a guitarist. He would like to keep that. The DJ sets a great ambiance. I mean, I myself, when I go to restaurants, I love going where they have a DJ playing the music. People aren't going here for, a nightclub, especially with the early closing hours. That's just not the vibe that they're going for at all.
All right.
Not been to many restaurants with DJ.
You're not getting out enough, sir.
I can recommend you a few, I promise.
They have a DJ everywhere now. It's just the way it is. The world's changing. All right. What kind of live music?
It's a guitarist, Colombian or Mexican guitarist.
Is it amplified?
No.
Okay. You okay with it? This is only 39. We don't have to consider 38 yet. He has been operating with a temp. No complaints. And it is not 500 foot. Okay. So I'm happy with the concessions they made and with the senator's support. But you have to be comfortable with it.
Gonna figure out this lease situation, right? With Adam Mia.
Yeah, the landlord is updating the lease to have his name as the sole signer, but the landlord is still keeping the name of the MASPETH Pizza House tied to it.
The lease was signed by someone named Richard Adam.
That was from 2016, the original application. That was the original owner. There was a corporate change in 2019 where that signer and somebody else went out. He came in, and then it was him and one other partner at that time.
So he has a new lease?
Yeah, we can make that a condition.
Yeah.
Make that a condition.
All right, the chair wants to make that a condition. We'll make
Understood.
that a condition. Thank you. And I will also vote to approve with the conditions stated by the chair.
I'm gonna put limitations on it. It's 2 a.m. Monday to Saturday, midnight on Sunday. DJ, live acoustic only. Not amplified. No third-party promoters. No private events.
Thank you.
Security is needed. Bring the security if you need it. All right, now let's, yes, and the new lease is a condition.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're on to 38. Paula.
38, Cruise Restaurant Corporation.
What did you come up with on this one?
Same thing, 2 a.m. We don't need the later closing hours. It was just because the community board allowed it, but we don't need the late closing hours at all here.
And you are on, what's the music situation?
There is a DJ and recorded music. There's no live music here.
I see no dancing, no private events, no third-party promoters. Is that still accurate?
Yes.
What do you think, Commissioner?
That's fine.
All right, again, it's very unusual that we're giving you 2 licenses with a lot of bad premise history. I'm trying not to hold that against you, but then if you create a history, you create it for the next person who's applying, and that's not fair.
I understand. Thank you.
So with the senator's support, I'm going to vote to approve 2 a.m. across, 2 a.m. Sunday to Saturday, 2 a.m. Monday to Saturday, Sunday at midnight, DJ, recorded music, no dancing, no private events, no third-party promoter. Security is needed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Thank you. I approve.
Thank you, guys.
Next item is number 26, DIFARALUCIA LLC.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Neil Visaki here for the licensee. So I gather we're here today because in the application, we failed to disclose that there was a cancellation of a license in 2011, just short of 12 years ago. I tried my best in my office because I did represent them way back then, and they had some issues, so I thought I'd maybe have some paperwork or some things in my file cabinets to kind of let me know, what exactly happened with the license at that time. And I really couldn't come up with anything. I guess I cleaned out all my files. I went through computers, went down into the storage facility downstairs, naturally checked on the public inquiry system, and then I just, I put on the personal questionnaire that basically the license disposition is not coming up at this time. And my client basically was one of 4 licensees at the time. There was like a managing partner pretty much who kind of took the realm, although we know it's no excuse. But, when I spoke to my client about the disposition, whatever happened to the license, he told me that basically they closed down, what he remembers after Cinco de Mayo. And according to the Liquor Authority's records, in August 16th, there was a cancellation. So, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, if my client would have known for sure the disposition, he would have let me know, and then we would have put it on the application. And after speaking
But
with
there's a
him,
whole cancellation order. You don't have that?
I have,
It's in our documents. So do you want to like go request the documents and?
no, I don't have anything
at it?
from, I don't have anything from 2011. And like I said, it was
We have
basically,
it. There's a
excuse me?
cancellation order with multiple proceedings.
Okay.
Many charges on it. You don't recall this?
No, I do remember, yes, I do remember that there were issues with the location for certain. However, the license was canceled. My client did not know about it because we would have certainly disclosed it on the application. I mean, I've been doing this for 13, 14 years. You know, my office is, we're pretty on top of, look, we know that prior license history is always to be looked at. So obviously, with a prior license, had I known what it resulted in.
Okay, do you want to look at it? Because we have it right here. And I'm not saying it's bad because it's unauthorized alteration, failure to display, unlimited drinks, failure to post warning signs, refilling contaminated bottles, sell to minor, failure to display, failure to comply security guards. Then there's another refilling charge, 6 months later, locked exits. The offer at the time was cancel and bond. I'm not saying that this is bad, but I think that you should just take a moment and discuss it and then come back and we'll get this done.
Oh,
So just,
Can I add
just
something
look at
first?
it.
I would imagine that's all correct, naturally. But again, my client is gonna just basically, speak on his behalf in a moment and explain that there were 3 other partners. And although it's the responsibility of all the other partners, he himself had no knowledge that it
All
was a
right, can I speak to
cancellation.
him then? What's your recollection of how the business closed? Because they submitted cancel and bond, which means that they decided not to fight the charges and it went out of business. That's how I look at it.
Okay, my recollection, and it's a while ago, was that we were not doing well. We did have some issues with the local police department. We decided to go out of business after Cinco de Mayo, try to get one last thing to help pay some bills. And then that was the last I heard of it. From what I was told, they closed the corporation down. Liquor license was, I don't even know if it was surrendered. I just assumed it was, which is my mistake. And I haven't heard of anything since until this was brought up.
I understand. That's why I want you to look at this because I don't want you to say, well, I didn't know. And then now you're going to do the same thing again because these charges in the aggregate is serious, right? So to tell me that you were a partner, but then you didn't know, and somehow if they submitted cancel and bond, that created a record against you.
Right. I understood.
And now you're saying I'm gonna give you another license without you knowing about that? Like, that seems crazy to me. So at least I want you to look at it and say, okay, this is on my record. I'm not at least going to do these things again because sell to minor, refilling, together, it's not the greatest thing.
May I add something?
Yes.
So that place, the Wild Goose, was off Forest Avenue. And like I said, to the best of my recollection, it was really a bar. And Forest Avenue was like loaded with multiple bars. So, it was like a strip where at the time, there was a lot of bar activity. And that being said, no excuse naturally for what happened at the time, but now the method of operation is totally different. This is 12 years later. My client is not in the bar business. This is a bona fide restaurant. It's got, we submitted the whole application. I mean, this is really like a restaurant. The menu, it's an extensive menu. There's, I think, 7 or so bar stools. So that was a bar. I mean, that was a bar that definitely had its share of problems for a period of time. Ultimately closed down a year and a half or so later, and none of that is being,
I understand.
none of that being denied.
I understand. You come with stipulations, but you're telling me that you don't know about your own history, which concerns me. So would you just take the 10 minutes, go with one, get a printout, just look at it?
Of course.
Because, it would be more comforting to me if you know what's in our records before we move forward with giving you another restaurant license, which I am prepared to do. I just want you to look at it.
I appreciate that. And I was aware we had some violations. I did not know that they became a liquor matter, which is, again,
Yeah, it just adds up. There's sell to minor, which you can easily conduct again, because if it happens again, then we're gonna add it up, and then it's gonna look really bad for this license that you're the only one who's on. And I don't want that for you.
I appreciate that.
Okay?
Thank you. Okay.
So just go look at it, take the 10 minutes, we'll still be here when you come back.
Of course.
Thank you. 26.
So that's coming back for a second call. Next item is number 25, Bly Management Corporation.
Good afternoon. Robert Lewis for Slide Management Corporation. And with me today is Stan Collier, the principal, the principal of the applicant.
Okay. What are you guys here for?
We're in opposition.
Okay, great.
What are your opposition first?
Commissioner?
Yeah, it's got a history here. Let's hear from the opposition.
Please, thank you. I appreciate you.
First and foremost, Happy New Year, Martin Mailer, Bail and Buscemi. I normally do not oppose applications, and I'm not here to oppose applications for public convenience and advantage. I represent the landlord, who happens to be Joseph Brockfeld, is over here, and I have an attorney with me, Matthew Maisel, who is handling the lease end of this operation. But I'll be brief. Again, if in fact their character and the character and fitness of the applicant is not up to par, then you don't have to reach the question of public convenience and advantage. What happened here, apparently, from what I can read of the authorities' agendas, et cetera, that since 2017, this gentleman was availing himself of a previous license known as Gold Path. That ultimately.
Known as what?
Gold Path.
Gold Path.
And it was ultimately canceled in 2022. As somebody, this is interesting, this is my 50th year. I was with the authority in 1974. I can't believe it's 50 years now. But in any event.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, tell me about it. Section 111 of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law is one of the most severe charges that you can put against anyone. It's an availing. It's what you were set up to prevent. You don't want people that you don't know about actually operating a licensed premises. So for that reason alone, I think this is not a worthy candidate of another license. But we couple that with the fact that Section 105 of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law mandates that you have a lease for at least the length of time of the license. In this case, a liquor store is a 3-year license. They don't have a license. I'm sorry, they don't have a lease. That can be explained by Mr. Maisel. But given those two facts, and also if we want to run through the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law, Section 110 demands that if there are any changes in the application from when it was filed, it should be reported to the liquor authority. And I doubt any of this thing related to the lease was ever reported to the liquor authority. So given the fact that, number one, we have an availee sitting here asking to get a license, you have no lease, and you have someone who hasn't come up with what the rules and regulations and the actual law mandates they do. I would ask that you don't have to reach the question of public convenience and advantage and not approve this license based on the character and fitness of the applicant that's before you right now. If you want to hear from the attorney that deals with the lease, he's right.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Chair. Matthew, myself, from the law firm of Reed Smith LLP. We represent the sub-landlord in this matter. Even assuming arguendo that there was a valid and enforceable sublease in the first instance, which there is not, and I can present the documentary evidence.
So you're the original landlord.
So he's the sub-landlord.
You're the subletter.
No, sub-landlord.
You're the sublandlord.
Who subleased to a subtenant. He's the net lessee of the premises.
Okay.
There's a large shopping center of 150,000 square feet. I leased the whole thing and subleased to commercial stores.
I understand.
For purposes of this, we can refer to him as a landlord. Even assuming arguendo that this lease was, that Sly has a valid and enforceable lease, which it does not, the sub-landlord has unequivocally exercised its right to recapture the premises under Section 2.6 of the initial sublease, and thereby is entitled to immediate possession of the premises.
Okay.
There's no, I could present to you if you would like.
So what's in the space now?
They're closed. It's a liquor store that's closed, and the relevant provision of section 2.6 of sublease says that if they're not open for business operations for 60 days or more, then the landlord has the absolute and unequivocal right to recapture and re-enter the premises. The landlord served the recapture notice on December 20th, 2023. I believe that document has been provided to the board. I can present additional copies if you would like. That right's been exercised. That right cannot be waived. That right cannot be subsequently cured. So
Is it a question of fact as to whether or not it's actually been closed for 60 days right
they
now?
cannot dispute that they have been closed and not operating for the last 626 days.
600 days?
Yeah, that's a lot of days. And is there any?
So who has possession?
It's a vacant, the supermarket's open, the liquor store is closed and not operating.
Is the inventory still in the store?
Is the inventory?
I believe there are some boxes maybe left over, but there's nothing on the shelves. It's not a.
And is there any litigation regarding the lease?
There is a landlord-tenant non-payment proceeding commenced. We have reserved our right to immediately bring an injectment action, which would be right for summary judgment, given that there's no triable issue of fact that they have not been operating. And we would immediately prevail on that. And that even hypothetically, if they were to get a license tomorrow, which they shouldn't for the reasons that my co-counsel explained, given the unveiling, tomorrow we could go into court, file a complaint for ejectment. They would answer in 20 days and we'd prevail on our summary judgment motion because the lease is cleared.
Well, that was going to be my question is why hasn't the landlord, let me say, taken that action already?
Well, we just did serve the notice in December. We served the notice in December. In December of 2023, December 20th, 2023. There is a non-payment proceeding, which I believe which my office is not handling, which is going on today, and we could be in Supreme Court, Rockland County tomorrow. I think.
How much do they owe in back rent?
Currently, $248,000.
And is this applicant who owes it?
Yes.
Because why? Because he was availing? I mean, I don't understand why he owes it.
It's bifurcated between the original tenant and the applicant. You as well.
Yeah, Mr. Brockville one.
So, you gotta get both of them. This is Mr. Brockville. I've been the landlord of the property for the last 10, 11 years. Since I started, Mr. Cutler, Standing Care Stan, has been my only contact related to this premises. And he's been in the store on a daily or a few times a week. And only later on did I find out, when he lost his license, I find out that the license was under I believe his father's name and not his. The question, I'm sorry.
So he's availing his father, is that the argument?
I'm not an attorney, I can't speak to availing.
I think the question that they directly asked was about the rent.
Oh, sorry, yes. So the rent.
No. So who's on the lease? The father's on the lease?
I'll answer that question. In 2012, an initial sublease was entered into with Simon and Toma Management. It'd be helpful if I just show everyone the documents. So you'll see this document is the Muncie Marketplace LLC as sublandlord and Simon and Toma Management as subtenant. A first amendment to lease was then entered into in 2020, again with Simon and Toma. Okay, so you have this original lease and this first amendment. As you'll go, slide is nowhere to be found in any of these documents. Then miraculously, a second First Amendment.
Who owns Simon and Toma?
What?
Who owns Simon and Toma?
His father.
Okay, so the father is a single member person running Simon and Toma?
Who passed away.
Can you speak to that?
He passed away.
He passed away. When was that?
About 3 years ago.
Okay.
Then, after his father's death, there was no assignment of the lease. That First Amendment was never terminated. A second First Amendment appeared, which Mr. Brockfeld did not sign. You'll note the odd and peculiar nature of the font there.
Who did it appear?
Or
It was presented to.
his property manager signed it.
Whose property manager signed it? Your property manager signed it on behalf of your company?
Not on behalf of my company. He signed it by himself. And since then-
That's what I was gonna say.
And since
you're
then,
saying that this is a fraudulently signed?
That was that was what I was initially saying, even assuming arguendo, and that's why it's a twofold argument here, right? Even assuming that this lease was valid.
Excuse me, sir, I'm sorry. Could you just speak into the mic? They can't hear you and all that.
I sincerely
Your
apologize.
father was the licensee of Immigrant Liquors?
GoPath?
Or GoPath?
No, there was another, Lopez was under another person's name.
So what was the name of your father's liquor store?
It was Simon and Toma Management.
The liquor store was called that?
Excuse me, no. May I intercede at this point, because what is absolutely baffling to me, I'm not privy to the file of GoldPath, but I know, again, going back 50 years, that the New York State Liquor Authority would not have issued a license to GoldPath unless GoldPath showed the liquor authority a lease. So it was.
The first lease is to Simon and.
And Tolan, right. So the authority.
GoPath has to receive notices, but the lease is with Simon and.
With all due respect, Mr. Commissioner, you never would have issued a license to GoldPath.
Don't
if
tell me what we would have done. Just argue your case.
Okay, I mean, based on what I know,
But using history from 50 years ago, it's not helpful here.
No, but it's not, no, how about history from last week in terms of filing an application and knowing that I have to show the liquor authority the licensee, the lease in the name of the licensee.
But
the
they got
Simon
it,
Gold-
so I don't know. They had an active liquor store license.
Well, what's even more.
That went from 82 to 22.
Right, but what's even more confusing, if you will, this gentleman was now saying that the license wasn't in his father's name. I believe it was.
It was in his father's name, and his father's store was called GoPath. Is that right?
I honestly.
What is the name of the store? You were running the store when he passed away, so you don't know the name of your own store?
So here's the.
Use the mic.
I'm trying to help you, sir. I really am.
Here's what happened. My father asked me to run a liquor store.
Yes.
Okay, so I did. And my father was getting dementia already, so I took over control of the liquor store. So I was running this liquor store called Goldpath.
So it was called GoPath?
Yes.
When you buy from the wholesalers, you were calling
Right.
yourself GoPath?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the record we have as well. So I don't know what else to say. If the lease is in a different.
It's in a different name.
It's a new lease.
No, this
That's
name-
neither here
this
nor
is the
there.
first
And they
lease.
got a new lease, in theory, from your manager.
But Simon, at best, you have a lease to the Simon and.
This is what we got so far.
Well,
We have the original lease.
Right.
It is to Simon and Town, I guess,
Tom.
right? With GoPath as a noticee. Then you have a First Amendment to that lease with two different names on it.
Right.
All right? They both can't be legit.
That's absolutely correct.
All right.
And then just so I can finish my argument before the other side goes, even assuming you were to find that second First Amendment to be, even if you were to find that to be valid, they haven't been operating. They can't dispute they haven't been operating, and we have the right to exercise our recapture right, which we have. So this is all red herring, because we can go into court tomorrow and prevail on a motion for summary judgment.
Was that
Surprised that-
Submitted, I'm sorry, were those papers submitted to the authority that notice?
Yes, I had emailed them. They were attached to his letter. I had also emailed them to, and I might be mistaken, a Marine Hughes, who had received.
And since you're here, what's your intent with the space?
I'm owed $200,000 or in change, and I to be able to lease the space to a tenant that's going to pay me rent.
So that, the answer is either.
Then that be heard as well. Would you like to be heard as well? Just don't want to
Yeah.
forget here.
In a second, sir. Yeah, that's what they want to do.
I mean, do you want to look for a different space? Because you're qualified for have a store. You don't have to be in this space. I don't know who owes who what, but.
The SOY management has paid substantial amount of rents, and the landlord had no problem.
They've been
with
collecting
receiving
rents.
money.
They've been
So-
collecting, we paid them, I think, $70,000 4 months ago. And so here they come, this is one of the most bad faith opposition I've ever seen. They collect rent, for months and months. He's paid them $300,000 more than that, actually, since 2022. And here they show up today saying you have no lease. And they showed you the lease. The only reason we didn't have the lease is because the application took so long to process. We intend to fully litigate and oppose any attempt to terminate this lease. As far as we're concerned, there is a lease. There's no court order terminating any lease, and we will, and again, there is non-payment, and we'll deal with that. But the fact is, he's prepared to pay the rent.
I am not fully buying the story here.
If you turn to section 2.6 of the original sublease, which is also referenced in the notice, it clearly provides that if they do not operate for 60 days, the sub-landlord has the absolute right to re-enter or recapture the sub. That's on page 7.
Right. And do you dispute that?
What?
I'm not disputing, we could not.
We have exercise, in New York,
I'm sorry,
in New York, you can't exercise self-help.
But I mean, you have, this is a far longer than 60 days, right?
Right, but I'm prepared to go into court, tomorrow and
Okay,
file the ejection.
We have a lease in our files from 1981 that it goes to go.
Okay, so then if that's true, somebody on the line didn't inform the authority that it went over the assignment.
Yeah, but that's, I don't know, that's water under the bridge. I don't know why you are bringing that up, because if any violation, it was really his father who's no longer here.
He was you found him to be the availee. Your agenda sheet says he's the availee.
No.
You found that. I'm not making this up out of whole court. Your agenda sheet says that.
I have a
You found that this gentleman was the availee.
I have the cancellation.
Yeah, but I know you're telling me now that he was failing his own father, which, you know,
he's not shown.
It doesn't pass the last test to anybody else in this room.
It passed the test of the liquor authority that they canceled the license.
You know, we make mistakes. You've been here for 50 years.
Okay, in this case, an availing is not, I don't
What you're
understand
saying.
how, I don't know if they pleaded to it, I don't know if there was a hearing, I don't know the particulars of this matter.
Look, is there a way you guys are going to resolve this? Because I don't suggest you guys go litigate this either, regardless. Like, I mean,
Madam Chair, if there's no.
I know, but he also has a signed sub-landlord. He has a signature. You're going to go to court and say this person was not authorized? That's an uphill battle for you too.
It's an alternative argument, right? It's twofold. Even if a court were to find that to be valid, we still have our right to exercise our recapture right under the sublease.
I know, but if you're going to come back and apply for a liquor store in this space, then it's unfair to him.
Yes.
Because we're removing an existing liquor store from the line, and that is not serving the public.
Can I say something? No.
This is not an existing. It's been unlicensed for at least a year and a half.
It's been closed since March of 2022.
Yeah, but that's, to me, it's still an existing space that the community understand it as a liquor store, and this is the business he knows. They've been around since 1981. It's probably the only thing he knows how to do. So it's unfair to him that, you know, he has a signature from your representative. So I don't really understand this. You know, it's not the same business.
It's not a question of not the same business. I'm losing the concept of an availing where you found that he availed himself of the license and now saying it was his father's problem.
It is. I'm happy to reopen that case if you think that, you know, that I should have not found the availing.
No, not.
Because.
Should have found and not found. Just earlier today, you had a case where you rattled off a number of things that somebody didn't deserve a license. One of them being that they used a license that wasn't theirs. It's basic to the alcoholic beverage control law. It's what the authority was set up to prevent.
I know, but you know, father, son, I mean, I don't think I need to, you know, I mean, you know, if you're on the other side of this, I think you agree with me as well.
I think the solution might be, if your concern is to hold this in abeyance pending a court order if you want, and I'll go into Supreme Court, Rockland County commence my ejectment action and have him met, and then he'll be out. There's also a non-payment proceeding pending today, which could result in his eviction.
Right. I've already spoken to council. We're putting that over as well. We'll be taking care of that.
Why don't you try to find a different location, sir?
We want, Your Honor, this location has been there so long. I've been, it's an extremely busy location.
And I paid so much rent on this location while it's closed.
$300,000 in rent.
And now they
Up until a few months ago,
they decided to
they
throw me out.
accepted it.
You don't know if it's true that they've been paying rent? Like, how are you fighting this?
I
if
have
you
the
don't know
checks.
whether they've been paying rent.
No, my argument is not been about paying rent. My argument is that it's not an enforceable lease and that we're exercising our right under section 2.6 of the initial sublease due to their failure to continuously operate. That is an unequivocal.
I know, but you're telling me that they haven't paid. They paid $200,000 or $300,000.
I have a ledger.
For the last 5 months, I haven't paid rent. I paid 5 months ago to coolest. We've had a court to order them.
So you've been taking their money while they're closed.
Exactly.
And now you're going to oppose them.
That's exactly
I mean,
what's
that
going
is really, really brutal.
It is bad faith.
They've been closed since 2020.
It's unconscionable is what it is.
They've been closed since.
But because we weren't getting elected.
You can't, you know, this is not what this is for. This is not, if you have a money fight, this is not the place to take it up. He has no protests because even the neighboring stores.
Madam Chair, there is, I mean, I don't know who it
There
is.
is There's one protest, but they're not here. And that is a store that's doing improved numbers, that's 1.8 miles away. How big is your store, sir?
It's about 3,000 square feet.
Yeah. What do you have to say, sir? Go ahead.
I think.
I know you interjected a couple of times.
No,
Is there
okay.
anything you want to
All
say?
I wanted to say is this is the epitome of bad faith and unconscionability, to accept this kind of rent and march in here and say, we're terminating the lease because you weren't operating. And the only reason we weren't is because it took a while to process the application. In good faith, to rent, in the belief that that would keep him, basically entitled to his lease. And we're prepared to litigate that, and we will.
How long was he paying the rent?
I'm so sorry.
I have a copy of the ledger.
We made our last payment, I think it was quite a bit of money.
Then I paid one more. I paid a month afterwards as well.
Yeah, okay. He paid about $90,000 up until, maybe 5 months ago.
For how long?
Oh, he's paying for a year and a half.
We've been paying since.
$18,000 a month.
When it signed. I've been basically paying since we signed, which I think was in May of 22, till about 5 months ago. So that's a long time.
That's not true. The letter shows that from January, that's when it's broken out, and I don't have the previous breakdown, but from January 2023 until today, he owes approximately $138,000.
How is that even possible?
The,
Just in math.
If he owes that money, if he is in arrears, if he has not complied with the lease, then you're going to have cause to evict him. But he's not evicted as of yet. And I get it. And the availing is a serious matter. It's not to be, just fluffed off. But the chair does make a point. We're talking about a family here, and we're talking about a business that's been in business for a long time. I don't know that this is the venue to address all these lease issues and everything like that. All I think that, and I can be corrected, I'm not the end all, right? The determination for us, is there a valid lease or is there not a valid lease? It sounds like for now, we have to take the position that there is, because it was signed by your representative, unless you're, and that, this is all subject for litigation, but that's not what we're doing here right now.
But respectfully, there can't be two First Amendments to leases. There was never.
I wholeheartedly
Probably
agree with
should
you.
have said second. I mean, the dates of it,
I wholeheartedly agree with you.
Yeah, if you nitpick,
And if your case is as strong as you say it is, then you can have them out of there pretty quickly.
That's why I said
And the license would go with it also, right? But that, it's almost like we're not there yet.
If in fact they do commence the proceeding, Wouldn't it make more sense to hold this in abeyance because you're gonna issue a license for a week and a half or a month or?
That's a good question.
What does it matter to you?
What,
Yeah, and it also gives him, once he has a license, he has now incentive to pay the rest of this rent.
Exactly. I mean, like, come up with a payment plan, like, he gave you some, he's been paying. And he's been doing this since 1981, like.
No, I don't believe that's true. His father was Simon Tone, which was in 2012. I don't think it dates back.
No, 1979, actually. 1979, actually. It's always been.
I don't know what the history of that is.
But the rent
That's not the issue. What his father did or did not do is not something to be held against him.
What?
He's a capable applicant,
I don't know.
you know.
I would think that if it's that clear cut.
And if you intend to keep this at a liquor store, like, you know, I see this all the time. This is not my first day here. Then next week, I'm gonna get an application. Some other liquor store is gonna go in there. Like, I know this already.
But assuming that's correct, I mean, all he wants to do is rent out.
I know, but right now,
And not paying rent.
but he has been paying rent since this was signed,
And if you
Mr.
prevail-
Miller.
And if you prevail in court, you will get another tenant. But we're not the ones to.
Let me suggest to you who that new liquor store is gonna be.
To get another tenant.
It's gonna be
I know.
him.
I know this already. I know this already.
That's a serious accusation.
So the ones you're making. So the
I
ones
have a
you're making
witness.
about availing.
Dude, I have a witness when he said that.
You cannot stand here and dispute the fact that section 2.6 of the sublease says what it says. Are you disputing it?
I'm not making any comments. It doesn't say it's not the place to
I
do
would
it.
just say,
You know, honestly, when you go to court, you know, the fact that we have a major backlog at the agency, to some extent, it should tow everything. You know, when people sign leases, they need to put in a clause that says if the delay is caused by the authority, it needs to count into the days of the delay because it's just so long, and that is our fault.
but there isn't that provision in there.
I get that, but it's, you know, you don't come here a lot. This is the drama, and do not get caught up in it.
I understand, but during COVID, courts refused to insert provisions into contract absolving commercial tenants of their obligation to pay rent.
Okay, well, you can, and he has paid rent
No,
to some extent.
I was just giving you the example. My point is, a court's not going to insert a term into a lease that doesn't exist. As the Court of Appeal.
Look, it's his choice to come and continue this, to try to get a license in the space that clearly there's a dispute with the landlord, right? So I don't find against his fitness and character. The protest is not here. I'm gonna vote to approve. Because this used to be a liquor store and the community deserved for the store to come back.
Like I said before, availing is a serious matter. It's not to be taken lightly, okay? We're trying to come up with a decision here that's just and is fair. First of all, the landlord, you're not without a remedy. You have courts, you have a case, you make that claim and you prevail, especially as quickly as you say you can, your problem is solved. He's going to be gone. And then you can do whatever you want to do with the space. But to have us hold it in abeyance for you to go through that process doesn't seem to make sense. I think we have to err on the side that he does have a lease. You know, you can dispute it, but right now, he's a tenant there. And the father-son relationship, I'm not going to excuse that. That's not appropriate. But in the totality of the circumstances, the fact that the one protest person that did not show up, in terms of the gross sales, I'm looking at 2 that are showing losses, but 2 that are showing profits. You know, so I'm going to agree with the chair on this and approve, because I don't think the landlord is without a remedy. And I think under the facts and circumstances, the totality of them, it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys can take these back.
Okay, are we ready to call up number 26, for their second call?
Are they ready?
DIFARALUCIA LLC, are they ready?
They said yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Did you get a chance to go
Yes.
over
Yep.
the history of the prior
Yeah, we went over-
business?
Yeah, I went over each incident with my client, I explained that, where the violations were and how to correct it and what to do moving forward. And he's accepting full responsibility and he understands what he did.
Okay. So in your agreement with, so you're understanding what happened before?
I am.
And you're not going to do that again?
No, I'm
Okay.
pretty embarrassed.
Just so you
about
know, because for us, it gets added up together regardless whether you're in control of the business. When there's going to be that day when the two of us are not here doing this, that's going to be held against you.
Understood.
Okay? So with that, do you have the noise mitigation plan? Or is that a commitment to submit after you've started operating?
I have the stipulation.
In the SIPs, it says noise mitigation plan in 6 months.
Just read that stipulation.
This is for.
It's closed,
music?
the outside is, it's closed now, right?
Yeah, no, it's closed for the winter and it hasn't been used.
There's no music in the backyard, then 6 months with the noise mitigation.
We don't have music at all, actually. So.
There's no music at all?
We don't. We had originally applied with the potential for either a DJ or perhaps a guitarist or something light, but we don't. Yeah, we don't have.
So
it.
if I give you recorded music only, you'll be happy?
That's fine, yes.
Okay. So, all right. And your hours are, I'm going to take out your Monday close, and there is no number for Sunday hours for some reason. The SIPs only cover Tuesday to Saturday, and it says Monday close. So what are your hours?
Currently, Monday through Thursday from 4 to 10, dinner only, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 12 until 10 on Friday, Saturday, and 9 on Sunday.
Okay. So, are there residents upstairs?
No.
Okay. Is midnight okay? Yeah, okay. All right, so I'm gonna vote to approve recorded music only, no third-party promoters, no private events, midnight across the board.
Thank you so much.
I also vote to approve with the same conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking time, I appreciate that.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, members, next item is number 33, A&M Deli Express 1 Incorporated.
33.
Sam Park representative, and Delhi, and then Mr. Akron is the managers, and then he's the previous owners, and this location is the cancer on the previous license. Reason why we have a SLA violations.
So where's the applicant?
Mr. Akron is doing as a manager right now, and Mr. Abado is the fathers. And the father is out of country right now, and then that's why his manager's son is coming right now.
Okay, do you know about the transaction that happened when the business was bought? Because otherwise we need to see the applicant himself. The issue why you're here is because this business was bought 2 days before there was a cancellation. Was it purchased from a family member?
He's the father.
So who bought whom from what?
No, it was my business. I'm the first owner.
Oh, you're the first owner. And now you gave it to your dad because you were gonna get canceled.
No, it's not about the cancer. It's not about the cancer. So I was, have an issue inside the business. My father was mad at me. I wasn't doing well because I got a tobacco violation. So my father was mad, and he told me he take the store. He kicked me out. He said, you don't know how to run the business and stuff. So we put it. He said he took the store over from me. Like we are family. Like a father and a son. It's not about the cancellation. I don't have no problem with the liquor license. I have no problem with them, but I have a, tobacco license problem that was under my name. So I think the liquor, they sent me a violation for $3,500. And then when I tried to pay it, it was late. I bugged them to pay it, but they tell me that it was late to pay it.
How did your father kick you out if it's your business?
No, because my father, he was mad at me because I wasn't doing well in the business. He said, let me take care of the
Okay,
business.
so next time, if you got a cancellation and you try to pay the fine, you need to ask for reconsideration to pay the fine instead of accepting the cancellation.
Because I wasn't no one is gonna have cancellation and stuff, because my liquor, I don't have no problem with the liquor. I never have no ticket with a liquor license. You can check my license clean. It was a $3,500, but I was late. When I called the liquor,
What is the problem with your father?
Say it again?
What was the problem with your father?
Why they give me the fine?
No, why your father kicked you out of the business?
No, because I wasn't doing well. I wasn't, because we were a family. My business was running down a
It's
little bit.
family business?
Yeah.
Was your father a?
No, it wasn't inside. It was under my name. But it's family.
It was family.
Yeah,
Did
but it
your
wasn't.
father give you money to start the business?
What do you mean, like the first one?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, he helped me, of course. He helped me get it. So it was under my name. My father, he put under his name.
All right, so how much did you sell all the assets to him for?
What do you mean?
It says here that he bought the whole business from you. So how much did he pay you?
Like, baby, $7,500. It was an issue because I changed it for him because I have a violation cancellation. They don't have no issue with
How come
it.
you?
Oh, my father's back home. He's coming back, but the problem we in Yemen, so we have a war over there. It's a little hard for him to come, but he'll be back. So I'm handling the business.
Shannon, we need to really look at how we deal with these. If people pay late, because he really had a $3,500 and then he ended up with a cancellation.
They canceled me because I didn't pay the $3,500. I was late.
Going through all this drama to move the license to the father. And then now he's running it and the license is in the father's name. That's worse than before.
No, because why I'm running in my father?
No, it's okay.
I think we know
I'm
what's
trying to figure out, we can't undo the cancellation, right? Right? It's too late. It's 22. So should we add him onto the license? Because this is crazy. Now he's going to be availing the father, and then it's going to be a problem. Yeah.
Paula? Conference with counsel.
Okay. We're taking conference with council. We'll be back shortly.
All right.
Paula, we're
Okay,
back.
we're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
Mr. Park, you were not representing them in 2022, were you?
For the violations?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So I'm not going to hold it against you. All right. In this scenario, you don't have any reason why you cannot be on the license, right?
What do you mean?
Like, is there another disqualifying condition that is happening in your personal life that would make you not able to be on this license? It's only because of the prior cancellation that resulted from a non-payment of fine. Okay. So, okay, I understand, and I know, and that is a disaster, and it shouldn't have happened that way. We should have said, ask for reconsideration and reactivate your license. So I hate that you had to go through jumping all these hoops to get to now where you are at.
It's my mistake because I was late.
I know, but it shouldn't have ended up in a cancellation, okay? So I'm trying to fix it. So to the extent that you are the person running the business,
With your father.
I think that it would be better if you go get approval from your father to also be a co-applicant of this application, so that you're both on the license, so that in the future, you're not availing your father's license.
I understand. Yes.
Okay.
I understand, yes. I can explain.
So can you just take the time to do that, and we're gonna kick it over and try to file the documents? Do you need more than 3 weeks?
That will be okay. So do you want to put in the Mr. Akorom, put in the vice president?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Put him in, add him on the license so that they're both on it, and then there's no question as to who should be managing
What about
and
the
whatnot.
managers? We'll put in the manager. No.
Okay, whatever you decide to do, but add him as a co-licensee however you want to. But you have to go talk to your dad first, okay? Since you sold him the assets, I don't know how the numbers will work, but I'm gonna kick this over. It's 131, okay?
I want to say something.
Yeah, you.
Because, the store right now is under my father. So, my father is old. He's over 75. He's back home. But he coming, but, we have an issue back home.
I know, well, I already said what I said. Try to see if you can be added as a co-licensee, and then it will be legal and everything, okay?
Sure.
So is 131 okay, or you want February?
February.
You want February?
Yes.
Okay, February 19 or 21, whichever one it was. 221.
Gotcha.
Thanks for showing me my own note.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Next item, members, is 2-001.
Paula, we
Paula,
gotta take it back.
Commissioner didn't vote yet.
Oh,
I agree with the holdover.
okay. Thank you. Next item is 2-001, KISS Entertainment Incorporated.
What is it? 2-001, I don't understand what number that is.
That's the additional one, the endorsement?
Yeah, that's.
I don't have that.
The agenda sheet was provided to you yesterday.
Yeah, give me 1 second, guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo, and you are?
Rick Chetram.
We're here on a request to change our method of operation. Increase the hours to 4 a.m. 7 days a week.
Okay. CB9 has action. NYPD says there are no issues. Assemblyman has issued a letter in support.
Who's a member?
I forget the numbers.
To refresh your recollection, I know Commissioner Fan, you're familiar. This premises was a troubled premises years ago. We came in, Chairman Bradley restricted the hours. We've since operated for nearly 2 years? No, over 2 years. Over 2 years. We just renewed.
Suspension
Over
until
2 years.
2019.
Yeah.
Kiss Entertainment.
So we've been good operators. Or
All right. Oh, it's Jennifer's district. Okay. All right, with the assembly members' letter of support and the community board's no objection, I'm gonna vote to approve 4 AM across the board.
I also vote to approve.
thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the long wait.
Next item is number 44, AQUA of the Mile Corporation.
44.
Still Frank Palillo and
Zebali.
this is an offer in compromise. The offer is $1,500.
Security guard shot in the back, man in the bathroom shot. Shooter jumped over the fence and got into the premises, not through legal means.
Yeah, he was actually turned away from the premises, and he apparently jumped the fence. And
Police department has indicated that the staff had no time to stop the incident from occurring. And the offer is $1,500?
correct. The actual quote-unquote unlicensed security guard was not a security guard. It's a patron who thought he was law enforcement. He was not employed by us or the security company. So, but we acknowledge that.
You know,
Well, I mean, thinking everything that he says is true, I would go with a letter of warning, but
we didn't charge anything else, so
Yeah.
we certainly believe the story.
all right,
We're gonna go to letter of warning.
letter of warning.
Thank you. Have a good 3 weeks.
Thank you.
Next is number 46, 505 Restaurant Corporation.
Good afternoon. Thomas McCowan on behalf of 505 Rest Corp. You all set?
One second. Okay. I'm good, if the chair's good.
Yep, I'm
This
good.
this is a request for a modification on a delegation of authority. With licensees, they just couldn't make it in the business. When they vacated, the license was lost. They obtained a duplicate, surrendered it. It's inactive. The fact that the delegation of authority requires a cancellation of the license. We're requesting that it be modified to just a simple $1,000 civil penalty payment. Protect that reputation for any future licensing and delays.
All right. Do I have the right number, 46?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're requesting, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Do you have it in, do you have it?
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking to pay a civil penalty, modifying what is on the delegation of authority list.
505 Rest.
Yeah, that's what that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
he's asking for a deviation.
And the basis for the deviation is that the restaurant is.
They don't, no, ultimately, they're out of business, license had been suspended. It was a non-bona fide. They failed to surrender the license. I obtained the duplicate, I cured that. And going forward, they don't want to have a cancellation on their record.
So
They did what they could. It was a ministerial error and it's been rectified.
Okay.
To take it out of safety, you can't operate.
No, the license, I obtained the duplicate and surrendered it. The business was closed. They had to close it due to, they couldn't make a go of it.
That's true for the next step.
Yeah, I get it.
Tom, did you get the copy of the email confirming it? You know, now that you get the auto-generated email, once we confirm that it's been surrendered, did you receive that?
No, I came in and I hand-delivered it and I had it stamped. And I
Oh.
checked this morning, because I knew you were going to do this. I checked it this morning and it is inactive in the system.
Oh.
Now, I
But it's
checked
the
it with the
old
ID number this morning.
Yep.
All right, I will, I will. I'll
That's
take
kind of like a
1,000.
hybrid, because we're.
Excuse me?
That's
I'll
like
take-
a hybrid, because we're doing like the old license. with
Right,
the
I
new
worked with what I had
Yep.
with me.
All right, I will take 1,000.
I will also accept 1,000.
Thank you very much for your attention, appreciate it. Be well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next item is number 7, MCD Hospitality LLC.
Good afternoon, Terrence Flynn on behalf of the licensee. There was a submission made in support of the offer of compromise. There is an offer of compromise before you to resolve the charges. I'll answer any questions that you have.
This is an OP or this is a restaurant wine?
It's an OP. It was originally a restaurant wine for about 3.5 years.
Okay.
And after that, it was converted to an OP, which I believe has been about 4 years now as an OP. 4, maybe 5. I put the dates in the submission. I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head.
What, was there a cease and desist order from DOT?
Not that I'm aware of, no. They were under city streets. They put it, they did everything under city streets like everybody else. But when COVID protocols were lifted, they continued not realizing they should have pulled it because of their previous stipulation with the community board. Once they did find that out, they did pull it. The community board also wanted them to fix the grate that was there for the vault. They did that. That's why we also submitted that to show you that the grate was replaced in front of the establishment, so the vault was safe.
Okay.
So the anecdotal information I have here is they are propping their door open and music is leaking out onto the street. So what does your client plan to do about that?
The doors are closed. We went to the community board over this issue, and that's how we wound up fixing the vault and everything else, but there has been no problems since then at all. And in all the time that there might have been some complaints, they were never issued a summons of any kind. So we had agreed to immediately take in the tables, everything was taken in, nothing is outside whatsoever.
This is in CB what?
CB2, who was here earlier.
And they left, so.
Yeah, no, they knew. No, we went before the board trying to get this squared away, and Community Board 2 does not want to square away
Since
anything
they left,
outside.
so they don't have a problem, so I'm gonna accept 4,000. Thank you.
Okay,
I will also accept 4,000.
thank you very much, and have a happy new year.
Thank you. Happy New Year, Terry.
Next item, members, is number 6, MIXX Lifestyle Incorporated.
Hi, everybody. Matt Colton with Helbron Levy LLP, representing MIXX Lifestyle, Inc. Before you guys is a CNC offer, monetary offer of $15,000, as well as some other stipulations to avoid issues in the future. If you guys recall, this matter was actually discussed last month for another application by the same operator. So I'm happy to run through those items again. Otherwise, I'm here to answer any questions you have.
I don't actually recall, so you can remind me what happened.
Yeah, so Yang Gao is one of the primary operators. He was opening a space in the Coney Island art walls.
Oh, I see.
That
I
was brought
understand.
in
Okay.
largely due to the issues with this space. So a lot of this was already discussed.
I understand. How have you fixed the issues that happen here?
So as you see, a primary issue or what a lot of the issues boil down to is a focal point of police intervention. There's been quite a number of instances where the cops had to come to the location. This is a very large nightclub. It has been difficult to avoid all problems altogether. Yang has since started attending biweekly meetings at Midtown South, made himself as available as possible to the precinct to try to mitigate any issues in the future. He's now actively letting them know about large events. He has developed a ban list. A large part of the issue, and this was discussed with counsel's office, was that there seems to be some sort of pickpocketing ring that is targeting the location. People are having issues where phones are taken out of bags or their bags are taken off of a seat that they left it at. So this is obviously a huge issue in the eyes of the operator as well. It's bad for business. They don't want people to feel like their things are going to get stolen when they come over. So the camera system has been beefed up. Security has been beefed up. Cameras are being monitored in real time to look for any instances of pickpocketing. They developed a ban list that they're going to be providing to the precinct, so the precinct can circulate that to other bars in the neighborhood to not let individuals in that are found to have pickpocketed at this location, anything like that. And then as far as they're just ensuring that the space is always controlled by management, they don't give it over to any third parties. Staff is all going to be tips trained to avoid over serving. And then all of the other issues were more administrative. There was an issue with an unlicensed bar. That bar has ceased use while we're working on an ad bar application. There was a DBA issue that's been rectified. The DBA is properly registered. And then there was an issue with, it's on the notice as fireworks. It was sparklers and bottles. Those have since ceased. And there was an issue of furniture blocking a fire exit. That was all handled as well. So anything that could have already been handled has been, and we're in the process of the ad bar application.
The club has valet parking?
I do not believe they have valet parking, no, but I can confirm that with you if you'd
There
like.
was a report of employees charging $100 to put patrons' cars on metered spaces.
There could be a valet system that I'm unaware of. I can definitely confer with Yang and get back to you with a more detailed answer.
So is this a club or is it an event space?
It's a nightclub.
Okay, but even on your website, you are offering an event space, essentially.
It is my understanding that the club is open to the public. It does not operate like a private event space.
It says this stunning nightclub and private event space.
I believe it can be rented out for private events, but I don't think it is open to the public as far as I'm aware.
What's the relationship?
It's the same guy.
Yang is the overlapping owner. So there's two owners at this space. There's two owners at the other space, the Day Party LLC, which is the art walls. But Yang is the common denominator between the two.
All right. 23 911 calls, assaults, 3 arrests, 311 calls about the employees charging for metered parking, lots of intoxicated male calls.
And it's just join our membership.
Mystery wrapped in a riddle.
It says members only. Yeah, I think that you need to kick this over and have the licensee come and explain what he intends to do. And you should just, I know you're very prepared, but you should take a look at the website to what they're communicating to the public. Because there is a members only portion to this business that is not allowable under the license type.
Understood.
So to the extent that he has a history here, he should have shown up today.
Understood. So 131?
131.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hey, Jonathan and Nikki, I don't have anyone else signed in. Is there anyone else waiting?
Oh, there's no one else waiting.
Okay. We'll go ahead and proceed with the items that are left. Number 2, Gray Dolphins Sports Bar.
Paula?
Yeah.
Paula, For item 6, in your notes, can you just note that the concern about members only benefits?
Oh, Happy New Year.
Just say that in the note, if that's helpful, please. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, let's go.
Okay. Item number 2, Great Dolphin Sports Bar and Lounge. This item's been held over 3 times for the applicant to obtain representation.
Did you hear from them, Paula?
I did not hear from them.
42 bottles?
I mean, it's just they keep selling liquor and they have a tavern wine and they have a 200-foot issue, so, but she came so many times and then now she stopped showing up. So what do you want to do? We can either kick it over one more time or it's cancellation.
I would say C and B.
All right. Cancel and bond.
Item number 3 is Kung Inc. It's an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
I agree.
4 and 5, Lakeview Edinburgh Corporation is a no contest plea.
20-year-old died in a fatal snowmobile accident. There's video.
Oh no.
It's a mess.
And they didn't show up.
They didn't show up.
And there's no acknowledgement that someone died in the documents. It's. I don't think they understand how serious it is when there's overservice and an underage person actually dies.
Yeah, you want to bring them in. Somebody was arrested for unlawful dealing with a child, and they missed the bartender.
Yeah, you want to bring them in?
Yeah.
All right. Paula, would you let them know to please come to the meeting on 131, please?
I will. Number 8, Maya Convenience Incorporated. The default and the license was canceled. There is no bond available.
Cancel for the record.
I concur.
Number 10, Sim Convenience Corporation. Not guilty plea. Went to hearing and the charge was sustained.
Is to be revoked.
I'm at 5,000.
How did I get C and B on this?
I don't know.
Cigarette license revoked April 2023. That was caused to revoke the SLA license. 32 cartons.
But they have been around since 2000.
Right, and no article series. All right, so you said what, 5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll agree with 5.
Okay. Number 13, Vimish LLC, the CNC for 6,500.
6,500.
6,500 is okay.
Number 14.
Paula, just
yes.
Paula, just pause 1 second.
Yeah. Gotcha.
But this one is not.
Yes, got it.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Paula. It's 14, please.
14, Vitimitu LLC, $6,000 offer.
All right, I'll accept 6,000.
6,000 is okay.
Number 15, PVV Incorporated, the $750 CNC.
I would accept 750.
750 is okay.
Number 17, Series 23 Mini Market Incorporated. It's a default for a gambling off-premises charge.
Second offense.
What is gambling off premises?
Like slips.
Oh, I see, they can go away. I see. I know. Where are you at?
And that's OC stuff.
All right, we're all right on, so
That's organized crime stuff.
we're right on. We're right on with each other, so I'll go with you. 7,500.
Okay. Number 18, 2143 Barnes Deli Grocery Corp. It's the consumption on the premises charge, and this charge was sustained.
Um,
2000?
yeah, we're at the same place. 2,000.
2000's okay.
Good, you see, our numbers are right on with each other now.
We're a married couple.
Okay, number 22 is La Negra Vero Corporation. Now, the compliance matter was before you last meeting, and a CNC was accepted, and at that point, it was decided to hold over their application for a change in the method of operation, or class change, I'm sorry, to 5/15/24, but we just need to get it on the record that it actually is going to be on for 5/15/24, because this matter was scheduled for today.
Okay, so this is getting kicked over to 5/15/24
Okay,
to observe how the licensee operates in the meantime.
correct. Okay, number 34, 9099 Corporation, we received a request to withdraw the application before the meeting.
Okay.
Item number 40, Mita Leo's Fine Ecuadorian Food Restaurant and Bar Corporation. We received a request late last night to hold the matter over to the February 21st meeting due to, not to get into detail, due to the health, a health issue with the representative.
Okay.
What date?
2/21.
2/21, okay.
Okay, number 43.
Tim, can you just hold on 1 second?
Absolutely.
Because they're definitely operating.
Leos, they are been on temps, but
They did or did not?
They are on temps.
they were
We're on temps.
We're on temps. Yeah, the last one I see here expired 10/6. That's the last one. Unless they just apply really late, but 10/6 is the last expiration.
It makes me nervous when they have a lapse in their temp and they're trying to kick it out. And then in the meantime, I don't know if they're serving or not serving.
But there's a health issue.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
but then I don't know, call the lawyer, Paula. I don't know what else to do. I mean, it's really not our obligation, but if they were here, we would say to them, make sure you're not serving, or you need to, I mean, the temp is expired. I don't think you can renew the temp.
October.
Yeah.
Yes, the last one was
October 6,
10/6.
23. So in theory, they shouldn't be serving.
Okay, so I'm calling them, asking them if they're serving because their temp is expired.
Yes.
Okay.
Or maybe just telling them they better not be
Yeah.
serving.
Right.
Really, just tell, you don't have to ask them, just tell them they can't serve. Because the town
Can't
is-
serve. Okay.
Yeah, Shannon.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Number 43, La Agua Catala Lounge Incorporated. It's a $2,500 offer.
Hookah is usually more, but I'm gonna accept 2,500 since they've been in existence since 1983.
I will accept 2,500.
Number 45, 100 Church Street Club Incorporated, the CNC, for $2,500.
2,500 accept.
2,500 is fine.
Number 47, 154 MK Enterprise Corp. It's the CNC of cancellation and bond.
I will accept cancel and bond.
C and B.
That's all I have. Chair, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you, Paula.
Okay, meeting's adjourned. Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.